sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button, the share button. Remember to comment. We understand that the Bible is a manifestation book, that the things that were made are not made by things which do appear, right? The things that are made in this reality are not made of things that which do appear. And so what is everything made from? Consciousness, from your word, the powers in your tongue, your ability to convey the reality you would like to experience. You have to speak life. You're always communicating with your quantum field, with the field of infinite potential. You're always communicating with it. Now you have to do it with intention, knowing what you want. Knowing what you want, understanding that nothing is fixed other than the law. The law is the only thing that never changes. It's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. And that law is whatever you give your attention to becomes your reality. Some people say that they put it another way. Thoughts are things. What you think about, you bring about. Wherever your attention goes, energy flows. Saying all the same thing. This ain't all the same thing. The Bible is a psychological drama. It's telling you how to use your mind to create your reality. It's telling you whatever you give your attention to, your focus on. And you can get anything in this life. Anything. That whole story about, oh, you don't get what you want, you get who you are. Yes, you do get what you want. People get things, what they want all the time, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. They get what they want. What is it that they want? The thing they give their attention to. People get stuff they're not ready for all the time. People come into inheritances, they win large money at casino, lotteries. People get stuff they're not ready for all the time. Yes, it's what you give your attention to. We try to make this life so difficult. We try to make manifesting difficult. It's not difficult. It's real simple. It's really easy. You do it all the time. And you have always been doing it all the time. And you will continue to do it all the time. Because life is infinite manifestations. It's continuous. Energy is always in motion. That's what emotion means, right? Energy in motion is never at rest. It's constantly replicating, producing after its own kind. It operates in patterns. And the thing is, if you want it to bring forth something different, you're going to have to do what? Interrupt the pattern, which means you're going to have to stop giving your attention to the thing you don't want and give it to the thing you do want. The script says it this way: as you think, so are you. That's in Proverbs. I believe they say this, Proverbs 23:7. As you think, so are you. So what are you thinking? Because that's what you're creating. Whatever you're thinking. So pay attention to what you're thinking. Hey, how you doing? Welcome, Big Don. Welcome. So double tap the screen. We got like 40 folks in here. Let's go ahead and get to that 10K the easy way. Tapping is clapping. Welcome. So I'm streaming on TikTok as well as YouTube. On TikTok is where we call in. We have the panel available for when we reach 10,000 likes. 10K the easy way by double tapping the screen. If you're new here on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button, that subscribe button. And those of you who do not resonate with the channel, you can keep it moving. Okay, but I don't want to hear your message, so I don't really care if you're a messenger. We're not interested in your message unless your message is telling people that they can have whatever they desire because that's what the book says. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Nobody cares about 1 Timothy 2:12. I'm not a Christian. That would only mean something if I was a Christian. Since I'm not a Christian, it doesn't matter. That only matter. You can only scare people with that in your own belief system. No one cares about, you don't even know what that scripture really is saying. You really think that God cared that you have, a long john. Maybe it's not long. Maybe it's a Vienna sausage. But no one cares that you have a Vienna sausage. Definitely God doesn't care if you have a Vienna sausage. that makes you favorable or chosen to teach or to lead. Hey, Big Don 67, he said, what are my views on and what we what we call death is just putting off the body. Right, skeptic. Always slinging those Bible verses. Like, who cares? Right? The body is just a projection of the mind, right? It's the spirit keyed low. The spirit desired it formed, and so it became a physical representation. Well, we know the body is stardust, right? From the dust it came, to the dust it will return. But our true being, the invisible self, which is the true self, never dies. It is eternal in the heavens. It is infinite. But I don't really concern myself with something that happens. I'm all about the now, the present moment, right? Because that's all you have. You only have now. Not to say that we can't prepare for future moments, right? But since there's only life, and what we consider death, we call an illusion, right? That life is eternal. Then why are you here if I'm a false teacher? Why would you be sitting listening to a false teacher? That makes absolutely no sense. Oh, here you go preaching your damnation. No, thank you. We don't want to hear the damnation preaching today. I think you're going to have to go start your own channel if you want to preach hell and damnation. Sorry. We're not interested. Not interested. Oh. We are God in human form. We are, but you don't have to, this message doesn't resonate with you, and that is completely okay. No one's trying to make you believe in something you're not ready to hear. That is okay. Because God is just generator, operator, demonstrator. Some people would say destroyer. I like to say demonstrator. Because as the script says, there is nothing lost in all of my holy mountain. I did not come to destroy the law and the prophets. I came to what? Fulfill all things. You fulfill everything in your reality. You are the one giving everything in your reality life. You are the cause of the things that occur in your experiences. The circumstances of life are curated by you. And so when we come to that realization, when we know this, then we're going to act accordingly. Right? That means you should care about what you think. or whatever thoughts you claim are coming into your awareness, you should care about those. You should care about what thoughts you entertain. What thoughts are you entertaining? Because that's what you're consenting to. That's why it's called of the law of attraction, because you're attracting the thoughts to you, right? Based on your self concept, based on what you think of yourself and life. What do you think about yourself and life? Those are the thoughts that you're going to become aware of. And that's why the Bible says, that you have to, I think Paul said, some have entertained strangers unaware. Entertain strangers as angels, right? Unaware. What are angels? Messengers of thought, messengers of the heavenly thought. So you get heavenly thoughts and you're entertaining these strangers unaware. What are you doing with the strangers that you're entertaining? Are you condemning them? Are you talking about, oh, this thought, that's beyond me, that could never happen for me, oh, I don't believe in this, oh, this is just too beyond me? Or are you going to entertain it in a loving way, and you're going to allow it to abode with you, rest with you, be at peace with you, and say that, yes, this is possible for me. Yes, I can see it clearly. I envision myself with this thing. I envision myself as this being. I envision myself with ease, with joy. Right? Oh, I can give you plenty of Bible scriptures. Do you know Galatians 5:22 and 23? Do you know 1 Corinthians the 13th chapter, the 4th through the 8th verse? You know Proverbs 23 and 7? I believe the other one's Proverbs 18 and 3. I don't need to read them. I know them. Do you know them? For love is patient and kind. It's not boastful. Right? It's not easily offended, not easily angered. Remembers no wrong. Believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails, but fear fails all the time. I know you know the fruit of the Spirit, so I don't need to quote that. Unless you're really not a Christian, then you would know the fruit of the Spirit, because then you just come on platforms to argue and not really live the life you only want to argue over what the script says. As you think in your heart, so are you. So if you think you're a sinner, guess what? You're right. The Bible isn't going to argue with you what you think about yourself. Whatever you think, that's what you will be. And life and death are in the power of the tongue. Those that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. That's why a lot of people struggle. They don't know how to speak life into their situation. The Bible is a manifestation book. Whatever you desire when you pray, says Mark 11:24. Believe you received it, and then you will. Matthew 21:22 is just like it. Whatsoever you ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive it. Yeah, y'all don't like those scriptures, though. Y'all don't like scriptures that promise you that whatever you ask for, you can have. Because if you delight yourself also in the law, the Lord, you should get what? The desires of your heart. You should get whatever you desire when you understand the law, when you delight yourself in it. I did read them as they says. I quoted them verbatim. King James Version. Maybe you should get the King James Version. That's the only version I'm going to quote. And just because you don't like it, you know I quoted scripture. But you want your little 2 minutes of fame. But I'm not going to say your name. Say my name when no one is around you. Say, baby, I love you if you ain't running game. Say my name. Not saying your name. Not on my channel. Because if you don't know the scripture, I can't help you, boo. I can't do nothing for you. Make sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, TikTok. Tapping is clapping. Oh, okay, y'all. We've reached 10K the easy way. Thank you. So the panel has opened up. We're well past 10K over here. We have 15K. Let's get on to 30K. I know we can double that number. Double tap the screen. 30K the easy way. Let's run those numbers up. Hello, Justice. How are you? Did you mean to come up, Justice? Blaisdell over there on YouTube. Did you mean to come up? He's not answering, so I'm assuming he didn't mean to come up. Maybe he was just tapping. What you mean, how will humanity look going in the future? How does humanity look to you now? People will be at peace. People will operate in love and kindness, well-being. Be met. That's what people like to call a utopia. But what about you? Welcome. How are you? Hello, Hadid. Here's the thing, humanity will look just like those that promise the sweet by and by in the sky after you die. Why you got to wait till you die? Why you can't have it in here and now? You can have it here, right now. Unfortunately, most people won't believe that they can have what they want right here and right now. Only those who are ready to hear will hear it. No one's here to come and save the world. No one can save another. People save themselves by knowing this truth, but everybody's not ready to hear the truth, so they won't. Oh, no, it doesn't. Jesus said, I came that you may have life and that more abundantly. How was that anti-Jesus? So are you telling me Jesus didn't tell you that he promised you an abundant life, and you think an abundant life means what? What does an abundant life mean exactly? Maybe you can explain to us what an abundant life is, since you think Jesus is anti-wealth. I don't think so. Yes. Say, how do you believe? You got to give your attention to it. That's all believe is giving your attention to a thing. Accepting a thing is true. How do you accept the thing is true? Talk about it. What you focus on. That's your belief. A belief is just a thought you keep on thinking, right? One is a noun and one is a verb, right? They're in the same family, though. Oh, but see, life is already eternal. So which means you should already have the abundant life. Life is eternal. Say that's Hebrew poems. I love it. So yes, the Bible is a manifestation book. The Bible is all about manifesting your desires. 100% eternal abundance. Exactly. And eternality is right now. It's not a later thing. It's not a later date. Eternal is now. Exactly. Rich doesn't only mean monetary. It includes it though, but you want to be rich in every area of your life. You know? But that's because religion makes you think God is on the outside. And so everybody's waiting around for God to do something when God gave you the authority. You are the authority over your life. You're waiting for God to do something that has already been done. You were given dominion and authority over everything in the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. And then you're still trying to wait to see what God is going to do. No, you're to command God. You're supposed to tell God what it is you desire. And who is God? Your own infinite power, divine being within you. It's not outside of you. Wait on God for what? The works are finished. What are you waiting on God to do? God has already done it. The works are finished. You're just supposed to tell God on the main line, tell him what you want. Jesus is on the main line. Tell him what you want. Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Why y'all not talking to God on the main line? Why you not telling Jesus what you want? No reception? You don't have any reception? Is that why you're not telling God what you want? I mean, he said, what would you have me do for you? And do you believe I can do it? But you don't believe God can do it? Hey, Lamont, how are you? Truth can always be memorized. That's a new one. Truth can be memorized. Actually, a lie can be memorized. A truth doesn't have to be memorized. Truth just is. Now, a lie has to be remembered because you got to be able to keep up with it. Truth, on the other hand, needs no argument. You don't have to remember truth because truth just is. But that's a new one. I never heard that one before. Truth can be remembered. Okay, if you say so. I know lies have to be remembered. You have to remember a lie. You got to keep up with it. The truth having to be remembered? Oh no, the truth just is. It's his own evidence. Right, reuse not vain repetition. All you have to do is ask once. Yeah. Because before you asked, I answered. And while you were yet speaking, I did hear. Yeah. Exactly. I agree with that scripture. Never said you needed to use vain repetition. I just said just tell Jesus what you want. I didn't say to keep telling him. Once is enough. God is not deaf. God is not deaf, not hard of hearing. Knows exactly what, but here's the thing. The script also says, you honor me with your lips, but your heart is far from me, which means your mind, your conviction, your acceptance, your faith. See, a lot of people give lip service. They say they believe God, but they don't really believe God. They don't really believe it can happen. They think because, they said it. But you know how you show that you don't believe it? You speak against it. That's how you prove that you really don't believe it. The moment you ask for it, you start worrying, complaining, trying to figure it out, doubting. You started being double-minded. And so then guess what you have to do? You got to ask all over again. Then you got to ask again. Where if you hadn't been double-minded and operated in faith, it would be no need for you to ask again. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm not reading anything. And if you keep spamming me, you're going to be muted or blocked. I'm not here to do Bible study. No, I'm not reading it. You read it. You read it and live by it. If you want us to know, you could type it in the chat, but I'm not reading it. Sorry. Not going to happen. Yes, doubt is not recognizing the power within. Well, here's the thing. Everyone is already rich. They just don't recognize it because the church tried to tell them they're not. Because to them that have, it shall be given, and in abundance. But to them that have not, even that which they think they have shall be taken away. So you keep talking about what you don't have, even that what you think you have, you're not going to have. It's to them that have it is given. You have to accept it is already yours. And then you get that even in abundance. Unfamiliar with the scripture? Oh, yes. I almost hit 30K. Yes. Love it. Yes, we're here to prosper in all areas of life. We're here to prosper and be in health. Prosper wonderfully, amazingly, joyfully. Hey, Soul Leveling. How are you doing, Divine? How are you? I know. I'm going to let you say it.
Divine as always.
Love it.
How are you doing?
Oh, great as always. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Somebody have, if you don't mind, I want to read like a couple of chapters of this book that somebody had mentioned in your live or whatever. It's called Lost in Space.
Oh,
they
Miss
short.
Kitty. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was like, ooh, if this was me, I would do it like this too. Do you mind?
Oh, no, I don't mind. There she is. She's there. She's here in the chat. Hey, Miss Kitty.
Yes.
Yep, Miss Kitty Diane. Yep.
Not that long ago, in the nether reaches of an ad infinitum, there formed a council of fearless explorers who had become bored with perfection, infinity, and all the trappings so familiar to those who are in heaven. Whatever it is they wanted, they got. However, they wanted to change it, they did. And whatever they wanted to be, they became. Their existence had become so same old, and they hardly felt like the great adventures they were. It wasn't enough, they agreed. So, being their own creators, they decided to invent a whole new dimension for their reality. Well, new dimensions, even for these adventures, don't get invented all that often. So you can imagine their excitement as they began to explore the vast new possibilities they suddenly laid upon them. And this dimension was especially cool because it made possible the previously unthinkable ability of being in just quote unquote one place without being quote unquote everywhere at once. Of course, they were really still quote unquote everywhere else at once because they were quote everywhere else. But now they were actually able to dim their awareness enough to focus on a single quote somewhere, But more than that, they were inventing quote unquote somewhere. They were really learning to do, momentarily at least, was to completely block out quote everywhere else from their thinking. Now, to you, this may all sound pretty tamed, but to them, it was a revolutionary stuff. You see, up until then, such quote separations from one another had been practically impossible because they had all simply been quote one or quote great omniscient deity or God. True, they were really still God in this new dimension because God can only be God. But it did allow them to have a totally unique perspective on their reality. For instance, each now had a secret pattern they could follow to orchestrate their own magic and experiments in virtually secrecy. And instead of just quote being the cosmos in its entirety, now they could actually travel through it from one quote somewhere to another. Imagine after eons and eons of just kind of hanging out, now they actually had places to go.
Mm.
So much did they learn and refer to this new dimension that it actually became known as the secret pattern adventure for creative enlightenment, or space for short. the
Mm.
the gods were on a roll and inspired by their burning desire. It didn't take them long to realize that this space of theirs contained far more possibilities for adventure than they ever had dreamed of. And best of all, they were beginning to see that this space itself could be filled with what? With the only thing that had ever existed, of course, thought. These gods had long known of the absolute awesomeness power of thought, but they had never, quote, thought about it. What a thought itself might look like, or how it might sound, or how it would feel, or smell, or taste until now. In space, they were finding that whatever they focused their thinking and concentrated their thoughts, the energy sent out would actually transform with shocking and spectacular results. Their thoughts on all their lonesome began to feel like jelly. Ah, in other words, they came alive. In space, the gods were finding that their thoughts can be big or small, green or red, hard or soft, loud or quiet, whatever they imagined. It was so easy that it seemed too easy. But easy or not, it became obvious that their thoughts only need to be thought of or take form and be projected into this new dimension that they held them. Of course, the gods had used their imagination before, but now in space, a materialized thought can be examined from the inside in, giving it multidimensional reality all on its own. And things really got rolling when, to their delight, they found they could materialize any thoughts that existed into reality. So, in no time at all, because mostly time had not been invented yet, matter began to fill their space.
Mm.
Creativity soared among the gods as they dabbled, first creating stars and planets and then mountains and oceans. Everything they dreamed of came to life in an explosion of light, color, and sound that stretched their imagination to the very edges of forever. It was fantastically exciting, except deep down inside, they knew that something was missing. As spectacular as their new world were, they themselves, the creator of it all, remained on the outside looking in.
Mm.
So the gods began to ponder, how could they become a part of the mysterious, enchanting material worlds that they had created? In their wondering, they asked, if our matter is simply occupied space, and as God, we are really everywhere at once, could it be possible? Could we possibly exist in the very same space that hold our matter? Immediately, they knew that they could. And as they thought of it, they did it, taking in residence, quote, inside their matter, just as if it were a somewhere to make, quote, things even more everlasting or interesting. Right before then, a new game had been invented called hide and seek. As it could be predicted, the gods scurry about in their excitement and hid themselves inside their creations where they would not likely be found. They hid under matter animated in the now because, quote, now was still all there was. And when they referred to themselves hiding, they called it human. It was a great idea, so great, in fact, that no one would ever find. So despite their joy in having found a new game to play, they were no longer aware of each other's discovery. This prompted a call to go out, the new to trace one another in material existence. Thus, time was born, finally. The game resumed, reunions were planned, and the fun really began. Until, that is, even everyone had pretty much, quote, been there, done that, as they like to say. Another ideal was another ideal was needed. And as God, it didn't take them long to have one. What if, they thought, we all venture out together as matter into the same space at the same time? Whoa! This idea was so monumental, so profound, so colossal that it sent a big bang booming throughout all creation and has since been compared to the invention of light itself. Well, by now it should be obvious that these gods weren't your normal everyday kind of gods. They were creative adventurers on a mission to have as much fun as could possibly be imagined. And to that end, as you well know, they've been widely successful. Thoughts that they had met up with a few wrinkles that are still being ironed out. For instance, one time was invented. The gods spent so much of it playing amongst their creation, they began to forget. They began to focus less and less on being, quote, everywhere. You see, after all, they decided to venture out into the same place at the same time together. They had so much fun there. They ended up staying much longer than they ever intended. And during their never ending games of hide and seek, they stayed human so long, not wanting to be found, of course. They gradually forgot they were really everywhere else too. Now as if all that was being bad enough, they began to bumping into one another's thoughts and creations and mixing them with their own. And by then, with so many thoughts and things and humans roaming about, it had become difficult telling one apart from the other. All in all, their existence had become very unpredictable, with the welcoming expectations of certain recurring objects and events. Those that simply received more attention, more thoughts than those had. Not realizing this, however, they embraced these things for their dependability. These, they thought, must prove that some realities, whether of thoughts or things, are expressed by all life. Henceforth, these they labeled with great relief as real. Silly gods. Silly because they promptly set off labeling everything they ever knew as either real or unreal, wanting each other not to trust the unreal. Least they made a fool of. That's it.
Woo!
But that was chapter 4 or whatever. I was like, ooh.
Love
This is a real
it.
good story.
Yes. You got where'd you get it from? How did you find it?
I just typed in
Lost in Space. Oh, okay. You got the PDF version.
on Google.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So that book that Soul Leveling was reading is called Lost in Space. So if you're interested in getting the book, you can Google it, Lost in Space PDF version, and you'll get it for free right there on the wide world web.
I was like, if this was me, I think this is what I would have did or whatever, because that's what it seemed like. Like we just forgot who we were or whatever, and we were just playing this never-ending game of self, like, you know.
Yeah.
And it, as soon as it was made by a thought, which is instantaneously, but they thought like, we made all these things, but now I want to explore these things. How do I do that? Oh, I become one of the things and I just forget myself. And now I get to do all the things that I ever thought of. There's endless possibilities of all the things I could ever imagine. Yes, thoughts are thoughts or whatever, but now I get to explore the thought, multidimensional, inside and out. Wow. Seems like that's what we're doing.
Exactly what we're doing. Love
Exactly
it.
what we're doing.
Oh wow. That's it. That's it.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm done.
beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, that was
Oh,
beautiful.
thank her.
Yes,
Girl.
yes. Miss Kitty. You can unmute. Hello.
Hi, everybody. Hey, so thanks for sharing.
No,
I
thank you.
I didn't think to look for the PDF. I just reordered it because every time I buy it, I end up giving it away. And so I didn't have it on my shelf, so I reordered it off of eBay for $6.95. So that's another avenue.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so that's great. See, it's a great little book, and it's little. It's probably in the book form. It's maybe about 20 pages.
Oh
maybe
wow.
30.
Okay. Yeah, that's very
Yeah,
that's a real easy. Sound like an easy read, quick read.
and fun and
Yes,
entertaining
yes,
and readable.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, making things that make you go, this is what life. I love his
Mm,
Yes, yes.
this makes sense. Sounds about right. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thanks. So again,
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you for introducing us to the book.
yep.
Interesting. I don't know what the nuanced question was. Interesting. Mm. Well, the thing is, if you want to use scripture to prove your point, you could do it respectfully. That's why I have mods on YouTube. I have no problem with you using scripture to prove your point. Thing is, when you start being condescending and name calling and disrespectful, you're going to get muted or you're going to get blocked. Because I can say my point without trying to be offensive to yours. But you all, for some reason, don't know how to do that. When you don't like what I'm saying, the only thing you can do is be condescending instead of just sticking to the script. If you just stuck to the script, we can have a conversation. But when you can't stick to the script and you want to call names and want to be condescending and you want to start passing judgment, telling people they're going to hell in a handbasket and demons and demon possession and all that, ain't nobody got time for all that. Like Blaisdell said, why would you want to be part of the circus? If it's a circus to you, why do you want to join it? Clearly, what animal are you presenting as if you think this is a circus? Because you right here with it, you were commenting, you were engaging. Interesting. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All you're new here, make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok and double tap the screen because tapping is clapping. New here on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button and that subscribe button and hit the share button and comment. Thank you. If you want to call in, you have to come over to TikTok. This is where I have the open panel. This is where we have callers. I just prefer TikTok for the call in. It's easier. Hello, Misty Rain. Welcome. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
I'm doing great. I always say I'm doing great. Just
Buenas, Misty.
buenas. How are you?
You already know.
Been kind of tripping off something kind of strange because we heard of the Mandela effect, right? And I watched this reel the other day, and they said something, and I said, "No, that's not real." And then today I happened to think of it, and I researched it, and I said, "They really are saying that." I said, "That's crazy." So I want to ask you guys, in case I'm tripping, George Washington Carver, was he not given the entitlement to creating peanut butter? Or am I confused?
No, he created peanut butter. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's what I remember too.
Yeah, I don't know if he created peanut. I know he used a peanut to make all kinds of things. He said he
Right,
talked to,
right.
he's a botanist,
Okay,
and
well,
he
that's when
talked to
I
all
actually
kind of
researched it and said,
plants, and he talked to
no.
all kind of plants and stuff to tell. He said the plants told him what they were good for. Specifically peanut butter. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that's what I
Well, it
remember.
said that he was planting peanuts and that he actually came up with peanut butter.
Okay.
That's what I had remembered. So the newest vote, they call it Mandela effect, is that they said, no, he actually didn't create peanut butter. He did what you just said. He just did a lot of planting and cross, different plants and this and that. But peanut butter had already been out, but he made it more popular. So kind of like what they did with Ford, I guess, because Ford actually didn't create the vehicle. He just
mass produced it.
So I was like, well, wait a minute. No, I could have swore they said he invented it, though.
Yeah, somebody said instead he played a massive role in revolutionizing Southern agriculture and popularizing the peanut.
Okay, so I thought he was credited with that particular invention, but
I'm not sure. That part I'm not sure.
Like we're on different timelines, and you're on this timeline or whatever. And then I was tripping off the one because my mom, she used to work out all the time, and so she did the Sweating with the Oldies with Richard Simmons, and I remember him always having the headband on.
So he never wore one, right? No, I definitely remember him wearing the headband. Like I thought Mandela died twice too. It seemed like
see that one I didn't remember that. I just remember him being in prison. I don't remember him unaliving.
Yeah,
but I know a lot of people do. So.
Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought he had already. Yeah, so it's the world is what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah. And it makes you think, you're like, well, damn, I'm on this other timeline.
Yeah.
Get back to the other one.
Like Fruit of the Loom, and they tried to say it was no cornucopia, but I'm like, stop it.
It was definitely a cornucopia.
And people are like, I went and found 100%. It. Or like, I knew Sinbad. I know Sinbad played the genie. I don't know.
It's Shazam. Yeah.
I'm like, you also had, what's his face? The basketball player, Shaquille O'Neal. He did it too. But Sinbad did it before Shaquille O'Neal did it.
Yeah. Well, they had, so they was talking about I Love Lucy. I Love Lucy, they said, he never said, you got some explaining to do. And what was another one they talked about? So they was taking pop culture, though. So they did like The Nanny and some other shows where the writers made references to these things. It was like, well, the writers want to make reference to these things if they weren't happening, right? Or if they weren't true. So there was a lot in The Nanny. And so that was one of them. That you got some explaining to do, Lucy. And I can't remember what the other one was, but yeah. So that type of thing, because I just went and researched it like maybe 45 minutes ago. And I said, you guys are lying. I think I was swearing.
Yeah. Someone said he made 100 inventions. I believe you think peanut butter, but he was using peanuts.
Okay.
Yeah. So that one can, again, our memories aren't so great, but certain things they are great, because we weren't there during that time period. It's easy to say we're misremembering, right? But the things that we were clearly here, like I was here doing the Fruit of the Loom. A lot of the things they say they changed, I lived that timeline. Right. I didn't live the timeline of George Washington Carver. So yeah,
I just remember that's what they said.
Right.
They've been lied about a whole bunch of shit.
Right.
They lied about Elvis. They lied about. But I swore they said he invented it. I don't know.
Right. He probably. Yeah, they probably did it. They probably did say that he was a face of it.
Before then, I don't know. I thought that was weird because I remember when I was a kid, I thought it was weird that before that time there wasn't no peanut butter. I think that's what it was because we always ate a lot of peanut butter sandwiches.
Okay.
So I remember saying to myself, wow, that's strange that there was peanuts, but before this certain time, there was no peanut butter. And now they're saying, oh, yeah, I had always been peanut butter. He just popularized it.
It could have always been. Somebody had to come up with it. Right? Because peanut butter comes from peanuts. So someone had to decide to smash it, smooth it out, whatever other stuff they were doing to make it smooth and grind it into a powder and then make it into a smooth Come on, somebody
Well,
has.
put oil on it.
Right.
Like almond milk. Almond milk just came out within the last 20 years, right? Or has almond milk always been around?
And I always wonder, how does almonds have milk? Be like, can y'all help me understand how almonds create
or oat
milk?
almond
Or
milk.
right, like milk. It's just another way of saying they took some nuts and mixed it with water and some other stuff, and they want to sell it to you as milk.
Well, we're always creating, and that's the thing. We're always creating or adding something or something that's been created. We're going to make it better. They came out with the Goober peanut butter with the which I always hated that peanut with the peanut butter and the jelly and all the same thing. Yeah, I couldn't get with that.
We're called things anything, right? You know, that's just they squeeze stuff. You know, it's not actually milk. I mean, hopefully people know it's not actually milk, right?
Right. But it's a milk alternative, supposed to be.
Yeah. Because it's
for
those
people
who
that
go,
are vegan.
right,
So I
those
know
who are
Soul is
vegan, right?
and
Mhm.
he's real strict on his stuff too. So
Yeah.
I
I
know
get
we
it.
don't do no eggs or milk and stuff. So, but
Yeah.
they got alternatives. They have the what is it, chia seeds or what's that stuff that because you can actually put it and bake with it.
Oats produce milk. She said it's the milk of oats.
No.
I'm like, oats produce milk?
You would think only a mammal can produce milk, right?
Exactly, like nuts produce milk and oats produce
Other than the whale.
Okay.
See, I never could understand because saying the whale is a mammal. I said, well, how can the whale be a mammal and be in the sea? That was always strange.
Flax is flax. Milk is milk.
Okay, flaxseed. That's what it is.
Flaxseed. Okay, it's a
So you
seed
can
though.
use
So
flaxseed.
a seed produces milk.
Well, no.
Okay.
You can use flaxseed in place of eggs, though.
That's just like saying peanut milk.
You can say
Right?
anything, though,
Right? Although it produces it's producing an oil, right? What is it? Hydrogenized oil.
Yeah, which is not even supposed to be good for you because hydrogenized means it's gonna take it
Hydrogenized,
from a
right.
different
Right.
chemical, and it's your body can't break it down. Any hydrogenized anything.
We care. Mia, that's all we talking about. Because we're making
I'm
fun
sorry,
of
I
the
just
stuff
wanted to talk
that
about
we humans make up. All of this is made up. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's all made up. That we make these things up because it's our reality. And we can say we can call things anything.
Exactly.
We can call it anything.
And that's what I keep thinking about the history thing, because we keep saying, well, where did we come from with this? I said, it don't matter. It's just we're alive now, and let's just make it what it is now and do us. Because we happen to be the beings that are enlightened and we're here, and the past don't even matter. Who knows? They could have told us whatever. They told us George Washington Carver invented peanut butter. That was a lie, right? They told us Ed McMahon was in Publishing Clearinghouse. That was a lie. That was.
We know we remember them commercials. Stop it. I remember them commercials. Him coming with the balloons and stop it. We know he was part of. So what are they saying he was part of? He didn't do it at all? Were they trying to tell us he didn't do it at all?
I know we remember, right? So they're gaslighting us.
They're gaslighting us. Because we definitely remember him with the microphone, the big old glasses. We remember the Publishing Clearinghouse sweepstakes.
He on TikTok.
So it can be whatever we want to make it right now, right?
That's the thing. We gaslighting ourselves, right? Right? We gaslighting ourselves. But this just shows you you can make anything be anything. That's the power we have.
Mm-hmm.
We can say, what is it called? Legumes produce milk.
Yeah, legumes.
Legumes.
Yeah.
We can say they produce milk. We can say anything. The oil elixir, right? Anything can be an elixir. Anything can be. We can do anything. That's the beauty of our minds. we can make anything, and we can decide that
Well,
something never existed. It is how many people are willing to buy into it.
right. Well, then when you just spoke about milk and reality, though. So before you have a child, like you don't have that reality. So then you get pregnant or whatever. Then you give birth, and then sometimes before you give birth, then all of a sudden you start making the milk, right? All of a sudden, you don't even know what's happening. You're like, okay, that's what I'm doing. Then everything's happening. You feeding the baby or whatever. Then it's a whole nother thing. So it's like you have to feed this baby. You have to be near it, or you're in pain. Or if you decide not to breastfeed, you're in pain until it goes away. But it's like this whole thing that is about reality that is put in place through hormones, oxytocin, the baby that's there, and everything that's triggered once all these processes happen. And they're beautiful. But yeah, that's real milk.
Yeah.
That's real milk. And then they try to shame everybody that, because some women that can't breastfeed or things happen and they might purchase milk from other women that are good and they are lactating. And it's like, oh, that's gross. So the whole mindset thing of whether
But
that's
here's the
gross or not,
thing,
then
right? Like and they also try to shame women that use formula, right? But here's the thing: is
Right.
what people forget is if you believe that it is, it will be.
Right.
Right? That's called the placebo effect. If you, because you're believing for the baby, right? You're telling the baby, this is your milk, this is your nutrient, this is what's going to help you grow and be strong. If you decide that's what it is, then that's what it will be.
Right. So I mean, because I went through that and I couldn't produce enough for my son, and he was always screaming. I was like, there's no worse feeling than not being able to feel like you can feed your child, or you can't produce enough, and then you trying to take all these supplements and do all this stuff. So eventually I just started supplementing with formula with him, and then he just got to the point where he preferred it, the bottle and the formula, because it came out faster and he had to work with me.
Right.
Right then he still was about 5 months though, so I said at least I did something.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice time.
That was They start growing teeth right after that, so that's pretty much my quitting point anyway. God bless the women that can do it till 1 and 2.
I know, right? Oh, but yeah, we like to say what the healthiest is, what's the best is whatever you say it is. That's the power we relinquish when we don't know who we are. When we say that someone else determines what's right for us and what's wrong for us, when actually you get to determine what's right and what's wrong, what's the best
and then just
avenue.
Don't give them that power.
Yeah.
And then when you talk about good and bad or whatever, I'm like, to me, that can't exist or whatever, because y'all, what people like to go to or whatever, what about the children that's getting unalived or whatever? I said, what about the animals that you eat? Then they go hush. It's not a human. It does all the same things you do. It feels, it go to sleep, it bleeds, it has children, it do all the same things you do. But y'all don't see that. We only picking and choosing what is right and what is wrong for us or whatever. But if you take into the whole account, that cannot exist, because I always like to use this thing. I said, the law says stealing is wrong. I said, okay, cool, let's abide by that. But I said, if a woman and her child is hungry and her only option, not saying the only option, but what if her option is to steal some food from the store, you don't think she's going to do that? But according to the law, that's wrong. But according to her survival, that's the right motherfucking thing to do. So where's this line that just goes straight down the middle? It don't exist.
It don't exist. And you know what's so funny? So I was reading Neville. You familiar with Neville Goddard, right?
Of course.
You're right. He was talking about a lady who had a dream about going into the store and walking away with it. And he also had another walking away with something that she wanted without paying for it. Right. Mm-hmm. And he also talked about a man who talked about when he was a boy, how he used to go exchange dollars or change money for dollars for his boss, and he's decided that he wished that the banker would give him the wrong amount of money Well, it happened. It gave him the wrong amount of money. He went and changed it, so he kept what he wanted. He gave the boss exactly what he wanted, and he was able to go buy him some shoes, get him a nice meal, to experience that extra for a day, right? And so Neville was bringing home the point. Well, when you're God, there is no wrong or right. It's like it, because he quotes a scripture in the Bible that says, "If I were hungry, would I ask you for permission to eat? No, I wouldn't." And I did. So that was in my mind. That was in my psyche, right? I went to Walmart and I had put something under my cart and forgot to pay for it. You don't think I went back in to pay for it, right? No, I kept it. But it wasn't even intentional. Like it wasn't until I got to my car that I realized, oh, I didn't pay for it.
And then that's when black people be like, look at God. Yup, look at you.
Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Sure did.
But we be hoping people make mistakes all the time, right? Don't rig up everything or forget to it. Like that happened again. But this was when I was still in church. I had went to, I think, to Burlington Coat Factory, and I had a bunch of like 2-piece skirt suits that I was buying, and the person forgot to ring up one of them. I wasn't like, oh, you forgot? No, you forgot. That's on you. That's your mistake, not mine.
The life that keeps on giving. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's like that. Like, I didn't pay for this. You wasn't meant to pay for it. That's why you're getting the experience. You wasn't supposed to pay for it. Like, come on now. I think I'm still. You're not. You wasn't meant to pay for it.
That part you wasn't meant to pay for it. Again, there are no accidents in consciousness. No inkadinks.
Where they sift you like wheat, you better not be doing that, right? Or try to. I'll say try to.
Oh my goodness. Like this world is all make-believe and it's all imaginary. That's why a lot of people can do a lot of stuff, and we try to talk about karmic debt. There's no karmic debt when there is no guilt behind the action.
Right, exactly.
You must understand that. People so worried about karma. Karma only means action. That's all it means. Where there is an action, there is what? An equal or opposite one, right? So either one could be true. You're going to get the opposite reaction or you're going to get equal reaction. But there's always an action.
I always say whatever you did, that was what you were supposed to do in that moment.
Yep.
And so I had an incident that happened last week where I did something and this guy said, you shouldn't have did that. I said, I said, the way I think is, whatever I did in that moment, that was supposed to happen. So he said, really? I said, yeah. That's what I did. So that's what's supposed to happen. Or I was going to make a decision.
That's what gets me with Christianity, because they're so, they like to be selective about what's right or wrong, right? So when it came to spreading the gospel, you didn't care that the world got imperialized and colonized, and those who were indigenous to land got taken advantage of, as long as you benefited from it. And now you get to say, well, God was on our side. And you don't consider what happened to the other people, right?
And
you
don't
don't
ask my dad that. And that's one of the things that started having me deconstruct, because I said, that don't even make sense, right? Because he'd be like, well, that's how we got Christianity. And so sometimes you got to go through stuff. And I was like, that really bothered me for him even to say that.
So what did they have to go through though? That's what what did they have to do? They got to colonize, imperialize, build empires around the globe. And they had decided it was their manifested destiny, that God was on their side.
And that's what I said. I said, from my reading of the Bible, though, they shouldn't even been thinking in that energy, though. They shouldn't even been, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just bothered me for me to be able to say,
yeah, why they telling you not to?
Because I got Christianity through that tragedy, that I need to be blessed because I got that out of that. I said, that don't even make sense, because when you read the religion, or what Jesus said, you're not even supposed to be doing it. So it don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. And then they want to be revisionist historians and say, well, they weren't really Christians.
Yeah.
Oh, you get to say that now.
Like you,
after the damage is done, after years removed, now you want to pick and choose. But they weren't really Christians, even though they forced Christianity on people, and they underlie people, that those that didn't pledge their allegiance to it. But guess what? They weren't really Christians. At least you got to know.
Exactly.
At least you got. At least
No.
they introduced you to Christ. You know, you can't make
Yes,
two
but
wrongs.
yeah.
Two wrongs can't make a right. Yes, it can.
Exactly.
And multiplication, two wrongs definitely does make a right. Right?
But
Two negatives
Yeah.
make a positive in
Yes.
division
That's
and
what always
multiplication.
bothered me.
Right? In division and multiplication, two wrongs, two positive, two negatives definitely do make a positive.
No, I'm not. I didn't read anything out of context. And then another thing. So Nicodemus, that whole thing. I said, well, why don't he know what they're saying? And then I said, how is he confused? I was saying to myself, how don't he understand? And I said, well, why do you understand? I said, well, I only understand because I've been told what it meant, right? I said, oh my God, so what else? Because I've been told what it is, am I not understanding? I said, I don't want to be a person that understand. And then I understood in Revelations, everybody was deceived. I said, why do you not be deceived? Everybody, the whole thing is like, oh, you're going to be deceived. You're gonna be deceived. I said, well, how do I not be deceived? And the thing was, I unlocked after that because I said, the whole thing is weird. Like, I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
But so, yeah, I unlocked through reading the Bible. And a lot of people don't understand that. And then I understood, got on TikTok, Christ conscious and other things. But I said, when people say, oh, the Bible, I was like, no, you can unlock through the Bible if you actually really love Jesus or the whole thing. If you have a love for the kindness and all that, you can unlock through it because when you start reading it, a lot of stuff is not, you don't want to be that person. You don't want to be the deceived person. You don't be Nicodemus. So what was the thing? What was Nicodemus missing? What don't get? It's real simple. It means this. And I said, oh, well, somebody told you it meant that though, right? So then I understood, oh, he keeps talking about everything's the mind. Everything's the mind.
Everything's the mind.
And you can cast down imaginations and this and that, whatever. So I said, oh, I get it. I get it now.
Yep. So we have some more guests on the panel. We have Living Empowered Now. Hello. Are you there? You can unmute.
To just piggyback on what you guys are saying about we're just making stuff up. We're just having a grand old time creating this, what do you call it, polarity, good, bad, up, down, feel good. And I'm like, how did we get here where the data that we created was to keep us in bondage and victimhood, powerlessness? I mean, why didn't we create a game that we are, or did we at some point create the game where we were free and abundant and no limitation and all of that stuff? And then we just decided to change it and let's have scarcity and let's have what we call evil. And I'm saying all of that to say, if it's a game that I have created, I should be able to now create the fairy tale that was never the fairy tale we got. We got a fairy tale of suffering, of self-harm, of bondage, being a hostage, being a victim. So now we get an opportunity to create another fairy tale, create another story. But we have to deconstruct the data that has kept us so far in maintaining the story and the consequences to those agreements that we have made, and switch it around to another story with a different set of agreements so we can experience the consequences to those agreements.
Were you asking a question or are you just making a statement?
Just a statement.
Yeah, so and it's just as easy, just as you imagined the worst, right? Because if you can imagine all of what you said, then that means you can also imagine its opposite. Then the opposite also has to be true. If struggle, strife, scarcity is a reality, then so is abundance, ease, wealth, success, joy is also a reality.
Yes.
And with the same ease you did that one without really having to think about it too much, you can do it with this one. You just have to decide that just as it was easy for me to believe in the fear and the scarcity and the doubt and the worry, it is just as easy for me to believe in the joy, the peace, the love, the abundance, the success, the prosperity. It's with the same mind. Right?
Agree.
I agree.
Because
But
it's
I
about what you're
just
giving your
thought,
attention to. It's all about what you're giving your. Here's the thing. The logical mind has been conditioned to complicate it.
Right.
Because you're told, oh, no. You don't get what you want. You get who you are. I call bullshit. I was thinking about that today. I was like, that's bullshit. I call bullshit. Because we've seen it too many times. People don't know nothing about this law and they get the shit they want. People win the lottery all the time and ain't ready for money. People have babies, ain't ready for them. People get married, ain't ready for them. People get shit all the time they ain't ready for. People get inherited wealth they ain't ready for, get promoted to positions they not ready for. It happens all the time. But we come into this space and now we're told, hold up. You got to have an identity shift. No, I don't. All I got to do is focus on what I want and that's it. All I need to do is just focus on the very thing I want and don't focus on anything else. Just like I was easily focusing on scarcity and difficulty and struggle and hardship. All I had to do is now focus on ease, effortlessness, joy, peace. The same energy I gave to this, I give to this now. But somebody told us, no, that's not how it works. When that's exactly how it works. The same ease you did with struggles, the same ease you can do with not struggling.
Yeah. The biggest battle is just in your mind. But when the young lady was just speaking, I thought she was talking as like a collective, like, why do we do this? And all I want to say is like, you come here with nothing, or, you know, you might have remember some things or whatever. It depends on the person. But they give you a set of religions, rules, and all these things. That's why it is. So the only thing you can do is take accountability for yourself, not everyone, just yourself, and start to think differently for yourself.
Yep. People be projecting on a live. No, you're struggling, boo. You're struggling. Ain't no struggle bus over here, boo. I'm soft life all day. Sorry. It's soft life over here. Nothing but soft life. Oh, we're gonna go to the next guest. Sacred Ancient. Welcome. You can unmute.
What's up, y'all? Thank you for having me, letting me up.
Oh, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm good. It was ironic. I was scrolling. No, I actually follow Misty, and I seen her that she was live, so I clicked it. And when I first joined, I heard like that was on the topic of Christianity. So that's why I asked, this is about Christianity? So I now see that it's not. But it's so ironic that I was literally just having this conversation 20 minutes ago with my grandma, because she's still kind of like very much in Christianity, in the Bible, in her belief system. And I'm like, Grandma, like, it ain't about following. We was hitting on a bunch of different topics, but we was talking about eating meat and all of that stuff. I heard y'all talking about that too. And she was like, God knows all. God knows what's going to happen before it even happens. So you should trust him. And I'm like, Grandma, but if you use your two eyes, you see people unalive and from cancers and tumors and all of this stuff every day from eating the bull crap out here. So how could you just like, you know, the question that I like to propose to people, because I'm not Christian at all. I don't follow any external programs. I know that I am a soul. I didn't come into this world believing in no Christ and none of that. So I propose this question to people. I asked them, who are you without God? And a lot of people would tell you nothing. That is so crazy to me. That's so crazy. And I'm only like 26. You know, the soul don't have an age, but my avatar is 26. I've been pondering this kind of stuff since I was a kid in Christianity. I'm like, been trying to figure out who I am, where I am, and what's going on. And I feel like I finally got the answers. And it's just so crazy that nowadays, like, people just so lost and they need a savior and they need a God to follow and all that, bro. But it's really within. It's the mind. And I like that response that you gave to the lady left, but she was saying, like, as much as this could be reality, it's all in your mind. The opposite could be very much true. And that's kind of how I walk every day, knowing that I don't have to follow no external program, no Christ, or no spirituality or none of that. So
yeah, because here's the thing. This is what we have to consider, like when she was talking about the conditioning we were given, right? Do you have to make the unwanted happen? The thing that you don't want, the thing that you deem as negative, as bad, is something you did not want to experience, that you have to meditate on. I'm going to lose my house. The roof is going to cave upon me. I'm going to get into a car accident. I'm going to get a divorce. Did you have to meditate on that?
Worrying, that's what that is.
No, you didn't have to do vision boards. You didn't have to burn sage. You just had to keep talking about it.
Yeah, right.
You just had to give your attention to it. You had to complain about the husband, complain that the relationships are so hard, complain that you don't have enough money, complain that life is a struggle. Keep talking about the very thing that you are tired of having and wondering why it keeps happening. That's why. Because you keep talking about it. So now talk about how easy life is, how much of a joy life is, how life is so wonderful and so amazing. And so, with all the things that you want, give your attention to that.
But also, you can't be, because this one girl I know on TikTok, she be real, I'm going to use the delusional word. You can't be delusional and not act like the stuff that's happening in this world is not happening. Like the darkest of the dark stuff is happening. But you also got to know that the power, you have your own power. Like the good and the bad is you at the end of the day. It ain't no external, God over, unless you allowing that. But me personally, I'm knowing all of the good stuff and all of the bad is like, I'm looking at myself at the end of the day. And
there is nothing good or bad, only thinking makes it so.
Wait, can you say that again?
There is nothing good or bad, only thinking makes it so.
Oh, yeah, right.
You are judging it as good, you are judging it as bad. In and of itself is neither.
I understand that.
Right, because it's not about what the world is doing, it's what are you doing. Religion has you living outward. It wants you looking at everything else except what you're thinking. Because you're captured by the five senses. You think that you come to save the world, when in actuality you come to create your own.
That's why I love the quote, the world is the way it is because you are the way you are.
Your world is the way it is, not the world. Your world. Everybody you come in contact with on a daily basis, that you interact with when you go to the store, when you go to the gas station, when you go traveling. How many bad people do you actually encounter? Be honest. How many?
None.
Exactly. You not encountering this horrible world that you've been told to and fed to on your social media screen, your TikTok, or on your streaming service, or on CNN and Fox. In actuality, in your everyday life, how bad is the world really?
Hi.
Hold on. Please mute.
Okay.
Thank you. So it's your world that you're concerned about. If you decide that the world supports you, everywhere you go, you see smiling faces, loving faces, then you will. It's so simple. Because what? Your world reflects you. If you're the only one smiling, then the world is smiling. Because the world is you. And usually when you smile at the mirror, I can guarantee you it smiles back. Hey, Mia. How you doing, girlfriend?
Hey, I'm doing good. I've been listening to that 8-hour live today.
That was something else. Dude didn't want to let me go yesterday either. He's like, I love this. I'm like,
No, I was on yesterday and I fell asleep and took a nap, woke up, he was still on, and didn't realize it had been on 8 hours. I'm like, so I was part of like 2 shows. I'm like, I missed the whole other 4. And oh my God, I was getting my life today watching. But yes, I love the conversation. And I feel like I'm going through like my second wave of awakening. Like I'm finally really, really coming into understanding that it's all me, and the judgment of things is really so simple. You are the judge
of your world. You are what judges everything right or wrong, just as easily as you judge your favorite food. Like literally, if you love spaghetti, that's what you have judged that you love it. So the next human that comes along and say, I hate spaghetti, that's literally their experience. And it's to be expected, as small as that seemed, just as that's how you know people live in two worlds. And, you know, people love to just dig in this Bible and just make it something so much bigger than them. And it's just like, when then people just start going back in time, I'm just like, do you turn into a pillar of salt, please? I'm sick of y'all going back in time. Why does it matter? You know, the only thing that matters is now. You can't even see yourself grow. And it's just you. It's always been just you. No one else exists without you. You know? And I'm just, you know, I listen and, you know, I even think about myself and, you know, you have to come into raps that, you know, when you think of heaven and earth, heaven and earth, heaven and earth. Earth is the body. The mind is heaven. When you go to sleep at night, you in heaven. You come back to earth to do it again. Your body, the physical body, is only here so God could physically experience love. So you feel love, but guess what? God wants to experience what a hug felt like, what it feels like to hug your mother that you love, what it feels like to kiss someone that you love, what it feels like to eat some food that tastes good, what it feels like to make love, what it feels like to not only be equally yoked with your conscious and subconscious spouse, but actually create a family with them. That's all through your senses. This world is only for you to experience. And your mind, God is just here for you to create your experience. Tell me what you want. Now go experience it. That's how the game is supposed to be played. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really.
What do they say?
Okay.
I don't know. I never know what they say.
Mia, I have a question.
And hold on, let me. I got my ADHD. Hold the question, please. You probably hold it better than me.
Okay.
So, you know, it's like worrying is literally like faith in the outcome you don't want. Worrying is the closest thing to satanic worship. You're worshiping the problem. You're worshiping fear. It's faith in fear. And, you know, you realize this once you kind of cross over, how often you sit in groups of people that worship fear. They're talking about all the bad things of the world. They're talking about all the things that's going on. The world is so bad. It is, because mine ain't. I don't watch the news. That was the first part of making my world wonderful. The hell I want to watch tragedy for? My world is happy. I don't need tragedy. I don't even really want to be friends with nobody whose life is dysfunctional. Don't bring that over here. You get about one time every 90 days to bring some drama to me. After that, I'm going to tell you to go pay somebody or pay me. Because we with peace over here. Okay? And you are in control of that. If you watching the news all day, you're the one bringing all that drama in your life. You don't live where that at. You don't know what went on in the island. You don't live where all the destruction is happening. How many times has a police officer made you feel uncomfortable and did something to you or someone very close to you? You know, you're primed to feel fearful. You're primed to hope for the worst when things happen to you, because my cousin, you know, when this happened, my cousin, and on this show, you know, I saw it on time. I was watching this show, and this girl, she met this man, and he was all nice, but he was really cheating. He had a whole other family. You know what I'm saying? People do that because they're primed for destruction. People are afraid of things that haven't even happened to them. So, you know, you really have to take control of the game and play the game like you wrote it. Because if you are the director, the writer, the producer, and the star, why would you write it as a damn horror film?
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Like, it's just you a damn, oh my God, Nightmare on Elm Street, villains everywhere.
And
then
you know the only
superhero
reason
in
why
your
Freddy
film-
stays alive. Why does Freddy stay alive?
Because fear is what thrives him. Just like It, the movie
Because
It,
you have
same
to
thing.
be asleep.
You have to be asleep.
You have to be asleep for
Oh
the
my
for
God,
you
because-
have to be asleep for that dream, for that horror to stay alive. So when you awake in the dream, Freddy dies. He no longer lives. He only lives in the dream.
You know, the movie It is about children attached to their trauma. And every time they remember their trauma, it comes back. It represents childhood trauma and fear. I'm just saying, they tell you to your face, but then they tell you to go in these religions and then worship something outside of you that's never coming. So you've created a movie for yourself that's a horror flick, but it's a horror / superhero flick. But your superhero is chilling in a muumuu and sandals and he never comes. See, in my movie, I'm more like an X-Men. You know, I have my power and I know my power. And I create the world that I want. And, you know, me and God like this. That's why I came into this world sucking my thumb. Because God gave me something that's going to make me feel good forever. Just calm me down. But on some real stuff, though, really, you know, just know who you are. Love yourself. Focus on your wants instead of your don't wants. Okay, focus on your wants. Anything that bad happened to you didn't happen to you because it doesn't exist anymore. The only thing that exists is now, the present. That's why they call it the present. It's a gift. The past doesn't exist anymore, only in here. And everything that exists in here is a choice. So I'm gonna land my plane. And what Misty, you can ask me a question.
Is that okay, host? Or did
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
need to
Mhm.
address the rest of the panel first? We can circle back. You need to address people.
No, hopefully the answer will be short and sweet.
Okay. So my question, well, you kind of answered it when you said don't focus on that. So I guess my question was going to be, so when something does show up and you're like, of course you can determine if it's negative or positive, but if it's obviously like not making you feel good, right? So do you say at that point, I invited this and I'm supposed to be learning from this? And I'm asking the question too, because the host was saying, you know, you're inviting this and that. I think I'm questioning these things.
Yeah, I just have to take accountability that the thought even is there. You know, like, why am I even thinking that? You know?
So just circle your mind on,
you know,
what
then
it
I
means
just have
to
to change it. So I always have to change it, rewrite it, revise it, and reaffirm myself. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't get into I'm inviting it. I know already that I'm the creator. I'm the author, I'm the producer, I'm the director, I'm the star in this movie that we call life. So questioning thoughts is there. What you gonna do with it? You got two choices: accept it or reject it. You accept it, you get to meditate on it or revise it. Reject it, you get to ignore it and choose something different. We always have a choice. The power is in your awareness, though. A lot of people are not aware of the thoughts that come into their reality, right? Too many people are focusing on, is that my thought? Is that not my thought? Where does thought come from? Why is it here? The better question is, what are you going to do with the thought? It's there. You're aware of it. Is it something that you want to entertain, or is it not something that you want to entertain? It's just that simple. Because we live in a world of attraction, not intrusion. A lot of people say, oh, I have intrusive thoughts. No, you don't. There's no such thing as intrusive thoughts. Nothing comes to you unless the Father within you draws it in. You're attracting it to you. You are the magnet. You are the antenna as well as the broadcasting station. You're not only channeling the information, you're also the receptor. You're also receiving it. It's because you're everything. We like to like divide consciousness and say, well, I'm this and this is over there, and God, or we separate it. I'm not my body. I'm not my thought. The question was not who am I not. The question is, who do you say that I am? We focus on not being. If there's a such thing as non-existence? Can God not exist? Can energy ever go away? No. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. That's what we say God is. The Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. It is. It's not a is not. It is a no thing, but it's never nothing. It's just a no thing that becomes a something. It's a wave that takes form into a particle, right? That which is invisible becomes visible, which is the finite, and the invisible is the eternal. We are eternal, we are invisible, but we put on form, which is the finite experience. I'm gonna go to the next caller, Pastor Dirk. Welcome. You can unmute. How are you?
Thank you so much. I'm well. Thank you so much. I'm listening to the discussion, and it's such an interesting thing, and I'm grateful to just be able to hear your take and others' position on who God is and what it is as far as prosperity, because that's what caught my attention. First, me personally, I'm a pastor, as it says here, but I'm also, my main thing that I do is that I'm a counselor for people who are suffering with addictions. I'm a drug addiction counselor. And then I also counsel people who have experienced traumas in their life. And I help walk people through, things that have been proven and tested throughout time as far as how to think and what their mindset should be in order to help change their lives from addiction or get over traumas. So having said that, what we use in order to get the information, we use books. And if you look at any book throughout the history of mankind, what I've discovered, just me personally, the Bible has been the most credible book out of all the books that exist to help me do my job, to give them information, not past religion, not to push somebody's ideology on somebody, but the principles that's in the Bible help me to give people techniques so that they can recover. And then what I've discovered just in my studies and in my learning and in life is about the mind is that those scriptures says that, you have to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's all about your mindset. You have to change your mindset. It says that God does not give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. So this mind is a mindset, whether churches that are out there teach it correctly or not. Scripture, when it's read and when it's been proven and tested, shows that the mindset is always the key, because if you can't see it in your mind, then you can't see it in reality. If you can't visualize it, then you can't actualize it. You can't get to the place of what you want to conceive if you don't first perceive what is there. So the mind in that regard is very important. That's the first thing I would add to the conversation. But in addition to that, when it comes to just outside of how we should be thinking about it, my other approach is also, like you were kind of touching on, is scientific. These laws and these truths that have been proven throughout time, many of them, they're just like any other law that exists. It's like if you do the principles of what is good or bad and the results are proven, it doesn't matter whether you believe in that thing or not, or whether you accept it as truth. It's the principle that you're operated in that allows it to work. For example, if you don't believe in gravity and you say, I don't believe in that gravity. Gravity is just, something that people believe in, what they say. Well, it doesn't matter. Gravity doesn't care whether you agree with it or not. You throw a pencil up in the air right now, it's going to fall to the ground because gravity, the law of gravity, is going to do what the law of gravity does. And what I've learned is that in life, there are many laws that exist that God created. So it doesn't matter whether you believe in God as the creator of that law or that principle. It doesn't matter if you give credit to him or not. It's an actual thing that exists because it is a law. So my job, especially to help people in recovery, to help people get over traumas, is to find out what are the laws. You know, it's one thing to give myself credit or who the credit should go to say I'm God or I am or he is or whatever. Me personally, I believe in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I give credit to that. But I understand those who might not even subscribe to that, they still are susceptible to the laws of gravity, the laws of the universe that don't change. So I focus on the laws because whether you believe in God's laws or not, if you operate in the things that God said brings you prosperity, guess what? You're going to get prosperity because he spoke prosperity over those types of behavior. If you're going to get destruction out of a thing, you're going to get destruction because the law leads to destruction in those things. The reason why your mind is important because you get to decide, as many of you have stated. The Bible says, choose you this day who you serve. Choose life or choose death. So you get to walk your way into the path that you would like to go with your decision. So that part of your mind is very important and true. And that's all I really have to say as far as to add to the conversation. I didn't come to preach to anybody, but I do as a minister, and especially a person who genuinely wants to help people not die in trauma or addictions. I have to kind of listen to everything so that I can make a tremendous impact to help somebody in life. Amen. I hope that blesses somebody today. God bless y'all.
God bless you. Thank you for sharing. Yep. And so the only difference between you being a Christian, a believer in Jesus Christ, I say we are to believe as Jesus Christ. That the Bible is teaching us to believe as Jesus, not believe in Jesus. But that would probably be the what, as you said, the law is no respect of persons. Anyone can actualize this law, and we do it knowingly and unknowingly. We're all doing it. And I know people like to talk about the law of gravity, but we have come up with different other laws that supersede the law of gravity, because you have aerodynamics that supersedes the law of gravity. That's why planes can fly, because they figured out how something that weighs tons of weight can still fly in the air, because they figured out aerodynamics, right? We know, a balloon, if it doesn't have helium in it, yeah, it's going to the ground. But if it has helium in it, it's flying away, baby. Gravity ain't pulling that down. Nope, ain't happening. So laws are meant to be broken, but the only law that is never broken is the law of belief. We call it many things. We call it the law of mind, the law of assumption, the law of belief, the law of intention, the law of whatever but this law says that everything will happen to you based on your assumptions about it, based on what you accept. And how do we know you accept it? Because you talk about it. People think believing is about a feeling. It can include a feeling, but it's beyond your feelings. This is what religion does. They want to meet you at your emotions, which is your feelings. They want to meet you there. They don't want to go deeper into the spirit. They want to meet you right there in your emotions, because they want you to feel good. But see, the law doesn't care about how you feel. The law cares about what you think. What do you give your attention to? That's all the law cares about. The law could care less if you feel good about it. Because a lot of people don't feel good about the shit that happens to them. A lot of people don't feel good about it. They be like, what the fuck? I don't like this. Why this shit keep happening to me? That has absolutely nothing to do with it.
It's kind of like the placebo effect. Because when the placebo effect works on belief. Like when you use the placebo effect in science, the placebo effect says, like a brand name medication, people believe that a brand name medication works better than an off brand. A bigger pill works better than a smaller pill. 2 pills work better than 1. 3 pills work better than 2. A needle works better than a pill. All of those are placebo effects that affect you physiologically based solely on a belief. So once they knew psychology, knew that the placebo effect, but you live in a world of belief, and belief creates expectation.
Yep. Because if they tell you that the sugar pill has some kind of miracle drug in it and you believe it, you know, a lot of people, they have percentages that they do these clinical trials with, and they show you that, oh, we told this person we were going to perform surgery on them, and we didn't. But we made them think that they did get performed surgery, and they got a healing from it. So it lets you know that all is mind.
I've done some of those studies before. But I had a question for Pastor, if I may.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Pastor?
Sure.
So you say you believe in Jesus Christ, right? Do you believe he was a man?
I believe Jesus, I believe exactly what scripture says, born of a virgin, Emmanuel, son of God, 3 wise men, all the accounts, the historical accounts. I believe in it because, think about it this way. You have the whole entire world that you could believe in, all the religions, all the belief systems, and everything that's possible to believe in. But out of all the things that are out there that there is to choose to believe in, I choose to believe in this because that's the one that I chose for all the factual reasons that lined up and everything. It's just as simple as that for me.
Oh, but do you believe he was a man? Like me and you? Okay,
Yeah.
because you was talking about gravity. So when he was walking on water, where was gravity then?
That's a good question because the scripture does teach about divinity, and it teaches about it's like the host said, you know, even though we have gravity, we discovered aerodynamics and we could fly or helium to do a balloon. I'm not saying that even God, I think Jesus was even more miraculous than that because he had the power over it all, because the scriptures say that he created it all. He was 100% man and he was 100% human as it was described. He had the ability, he was just here on a mission for a specific purpose. So the miracles that we begin to see, or the things that were noted and written, those were all things that were manifested going towards his greater goal. But I guess that's enough to say, you know, towards that. But what I've tried to explain in my mouth and in my tongue is that, yes, Jesus was 100% man, but he also was 100% God. That's what it teaches. And that's what I believe.
So if Jesus said that we would do greater things than him, you know, when he retired, when he said that we would follow him, be like him, and we would do greater things than him.
Well, actually do the same things. He said, you can do what I do.
Right, and better and more.
So are you able to walk on water? Because you can do what Jesus can do. Can you walk on water?
No, me personally, I do not walk on water, but thank God I really don't have no need to walk on water.
What need did Jesus have to walk on water? Other than to show that he could do it. What real reason did he have for walking on water?
I'm sorry. All I could do is use Jesus's words. He said to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he said, it's you that look for signs and wonders. It's you that look for signs and wonders. He told them that because that's what they wanted him to do. If they asked Jesus to do miracles and do signs and wonders, why wouldn't they ask me? I still just simply believe in what he came for and what he was here to do, and what he fulfilled.
No one's asking you to perform a specific miracle here and now. We're asking, have you ever done it? Because the script says that these signs and wonders shall follow them that believe. So it's not, we're not asking you to turn water into wine. We're not asking you to do any magic show or magic tricks right now. So that's not the sign we ask, have you ever done it? No one was saying, show us, put your camera on and go find a body of water and walk on water for us. I just asked, have you ever done it?
And just to know that Jesus did not do those things to show off. He was doing those things. He would never do those things to prove who he was. He did them organically, like because he wanted to.
Yeah. And,
Well, and I was only asking because you in particular was bringing up gravity. So I said, you would say, oh, this is a law and everything. And you said you believe
And also, do you believe that snakes can also
this is a
talk?
law, that he defied that law, right? But he was a man just like us. But he said, you and I and the Father are one. So that means you and the Father are one too, if you believe in him.
Right. I believe Soul Leveling said he had a question.
Can
Did you have a
snakes
question?
talk?
So.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you never start to believe in yourself? You said you read everything and all the religions. You never start to decide to believe in yourself?
My scriptures teach me to believe in myself, but it actually teaches me also to believe in the one who I came from, the source. It teaches that Jesus or God is the source, and everything he created is resource. So it teaches you to believe in yourself. It teaches you to believe in your authentic self. God wants you to be you, because if you try to be somebody else, then that's not who he created you to be. He wants us to be authentic. He wants us to be genuine. And then the Bible, or the God that I believe in, it shows that he just delights that since he created it all and is not forcing anybody to love him, he is delighted when we decide to go ahead and love him too.
But you just said that God created everything, right? Okay, so if God created everything, why are you believing in Jesus Christ? Why not just believe in yourself? Because God is you too.
Because if I didn't make it, I'm just giving credit to who did. I didn't make it. I didn't make myself. I didn't create myself. I believe what the scriptures say. He knew me before he placed me in my mother's womb. I believe that he knows the number of hairs on my head. I believe that he knows the plans that he has for me, plans to prosper me. I believe that he's the source. So
is God everywhere?
Yes, and he's all things and created everything.
So that means God is you too. So all you got to do is believe in yourself.
Only thing difference is I'm not the one who created me.
But so you just said God is everywhere. So if God is everywhere, that means God is you too.
Not that he's not everywhere, but I'm not God. I'm not God.
How? If God is everywhere, if God is everywhere,
God had skipped him.
Well, we can even use logic. We don't have to go to scripture. If God is everywhere, that means God is you too. And so all you have to do is believe in yourself, because you too are God.
Well, I only use scripture to identify such a thing. I don't use scripture. Scripture says that God, all things were created by him and all things came from him.
So what happens to this world when you go to sleep?
What happens with this world?
To black, right?
Wait a minute. I don't want to turn this into because he already gave his beliefs. I want to go to the next caller.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Living Empowered Now. After Living Empowered Now, then user 9098 can go after Living Empowered Now.
I just wanted to share a personal experience this week. She made a point about levels of awakening, and I think I'm in that as well. So I'm selling my house and my ex is on the deed, and I've experienced him during the marriage as being dismissive, insensitive, all of the good words. So I needed his permission to sign off. So everything in me is, Sonia, the law said 50-50, right? Just move on with it. This is my inner God, intuition, whatever. So I went ahead to go against that because I felt I was slighted in the divorce, didn't file, all that good stuff. Playing a victim, of course, but totally unaware of, what was going on. So I ended up on his channel, which says channel is 33. So he's backing and forth and doing all the things that I've experienced, and I'm getting frustrated and irritated. And then something switched in me, and I'm like, Sonia, if this is what this energy brings, why are you entangling yourself in it? You know? And I caught myself, not only that, if he's my reflection, if he's my shadow, why am I having discourse with my shadow? Why am I in an argument trying to change the mind or control or wanting it to be other than what it is when it is actually a reflection of me? So it dawned on me that in order for my shadow to be otherwise, I can't be making agreements with the idea that he's cruel, he's insensitive. I've made an agreement with that. So this is how he's showing up to me. And I'm wanting it to be different when I have now contracted with him being this way as my shadow. So it dawned on me that, Sonia, if you want the reflection to be different, if you want the world to respond to you differently, then you have to change. The work is me. If I want something different, then I have to be different. I have to change the way I'm doing stuff. So that was such an epiphany for me this last week. I've totally let go, and because now I gave him the power to be my source, when I've kind of like disconnected or outsourced myself as source to him. And then when I was in misery and I can't sleep, I'm creating my own suffering, thinking that he's creating the suffering. So there's an unconsciousness when I'm, now talking to people and I'm saying to them that it is you, and they're not understanding that it is you. Because if there is no me, there is no world, there is no, rendezvousing with anybody, and there this whatever we call this I stop labeling any of it. Dysfunction, trauma, all these narratives that we get, and then we just make an agreement with it. And so we're just bringing these experiences in our life for us, for it to confirm, Sonia, this is what you believe. This is what you have agreed with. So how do you expect it to be other than what it is? So that was another level of awakening now, that now I'm in a space of wanting something from this, and I'm just focusing on that. Define everything that my senses are perceiving. Define everything that I'm used to operating. I don't want to drink from that cup. I don't want to eat from that plate, because it has got me here, which is suffering and victimhood and powerlessness and stuckness. And the reality is that, why am I doing that to myself? I must be stupid to be doing that to myself. And that was my share.
Love it. Beautiful. That's it. It's all within us. Our world will always be what we perceive it to be. And I know that situations, people change. They're really not changing. It's really us changing. And they're just confirming the change we've made with self. They're confirming the new thoughts that we're having about any given situation. They're always going to confirm our change. Always. Because we can't change people. We can only change our thoughts about them.
Yep. And I think that's why we're not evolving, because the scripture is wanting you, to the extent you change. Like all this stuff, God is not creating nothing new. It's already created. It's what you wanting is probably on channel 59 and channel 100. So it's sitting there waiting on me. But I'm not a vibrational match to it, because I have static, whether it's self-doubt, distrust, the victimhood, the whatever it is, the play is. And I'm not realizing that I need to clean up that static. If I don't clean up that static, I'll never arrive or tune to channel 59, where it's at. So I'll forever be on channel 35 doing the horror stories when God and the mansions and the feast is sitting over on channel 100 waiting on me because it's already done. So the movement is on my part. We're wanting outside to do something and God to do something when God, whatever source, whatever that is waiting on me. If I don't make a move, nothing changes. If I don't change, nothing changes. So the work, it has always been about me.
Beautiful, beautiful. DNA Mastermind, put it in the comments again. I can't find it, and then I'll pin it. But I couldn't find it. But my TikTok channel is Prosperous Living with _T. So that's what we have the panel. That's what we have callers come to talk. So Prosperous Living with _T. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Living Empowered. Okay, so we have user 90. You can unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Thank you. So I'd like to put my position out there before I start talking and having this conversation. I'm an atheist in terms of religion. I'm an agnostic in terms of is God real or not. I believe religion is a social construct. And I think that maybe in terms of is there a higher power or not, maybe as human beings, we're simply not able to comprehend that thing. So what makes you religious?
Oh, I'm not religious. This is not a Christian live. This has nothing to do with religion. We just reference the Bible because we understand the Bible is psychological truth and it's not a historical text. None of those people in that book ever existed in time and space. They are states of consciousness. It's a psychological drama. Yeah.
Interesting. So do you believe the entire perception of the world is within our reality and our consciousness?
Yes.
Okay. The universe has, in a sense of matter itself has rearranged itself in terms of perceiving reality and being able to think and focus on things in perception.
Well, matter doesn't create matter. Spirit creates matter.
Okay, where does the spirit come from?
It doesn't come from anything. It just is. It's like energy. So what we call spirit is the same thing science calls energy. It was never created and thus can never be destroyed, right? Energy just transforms, correct?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I'm so sorry if this is coming off.
Oh no, it's not. I'm just saying, but no, I'm asking for an agreement. Do you agree that energy was never created and thus can never be destroyed, as science has confirmed to us that we learned in physics?
I do not.
Oh, okay. So
No,
you don't agree with that position from physics?
No, I do not agree with that position.
Okay, what is your position?
My position is once the Big Bang started, what we don't understand before the Big Bang has started is space and time were created. And for matter came what we perceive as consciousness. And that is in form of stoicism, I believe. But there are just certain things, to my understanding, that we can't simply understand because we are humans. For instance, it's like teaching a monkey calculus would not be very productive, even though calculus is accurate, accurate to a T. A monkey's brain is simply not able to comprehend the depth of calculus. So human beings, as we are the only biological animals on Earth that are able to understand that our life starts and ends. So being that we have unlimited amount of questions to ask, and as human beings we need answers to those questions, so simply pointing to things and being this thing just existed, instead of being hey, so we don't understand this, so we don't know, is the biggest thing that I have a problem with.
Got you. But I get that part about the beginning of things. Okay, I can agree with that we have come to, people have their own personal experiences and they say, well, that's the basis of truth. because they personally experience it. So then that it must be true for them. And I can't say that it's not true for them, right? I can't tell another person what their experiences is and then try to negate it.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
You're
So
completely right.
right.
that's
So
the whole
my
concept
question
of
was
it.
about energy though. What is your perspective on energy?
So energy basically starts off with, for as far as we understand, is when the Big Bang started. It's when the expansion of space and time started. That is what created the entire concept of energy. So in theoretical physics, what we say is what we're experiencing right now. For instance, when we look at a clock and we think that we're simply imagining time, we're actually experiencing the oscillations of a pendulum. And we simply do not understand the concept of time and the linear expansion of time. So what is limited to what the human brain can actually comprehend. So what I'm trying to say is energy does exist, but does energy have a start and an end is maybe something that we cannot simply understand. Because for instance, if energy has started before the Big Bang, that is something that we can understand, because the question of what was before the Big Bang may be a nuance, because if time started at the Big Bang, how can you ask what happened before the Big Bang when the term before doesn't even apply to the Big Bang? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're saying those things are unknowable, and that's kind of the opposite of humility to think that we do know.
Very much so, actually.
Okay.
Since we are aware of our own existence, and since we're the only biological creatures on Earth that are aware of our existence, we tend to ask a lot of questions, and we have the intelligence to ask a lot of questions. I feel like people underestimate the capabilities of human beings just because of the things that we don't understand, but the things that we have discovered so far are actually incomprehensible to us. You know what I mean? So to be like, where did this energy come from? Where did consciousness come from? Is something that science still hasn't discovered. And being like, since science hasn't discovered it, we have existed because of this kind of energy, is being like, science is not a belief system. It's an evidence-based practice. It's like the way to be like, the sky, for instance, if someone's like, the sky is red, you'd be like, oh, the sky is blue actually, because we are looking at this prism of light theory, and we can actually be like, hey, this color is blue, and put things together, for instance.
Right. It's just like saying that the water is blue, but is it? We know it's not. We know water has no color.
Yes, exactly.
Right? It's only right, but we would say water so blue.
Someone in the comment is like, she believes in not understanding, and that is actually very, very, very true.
That was me.
I don't.
You believe that you don't know anything. You've accepted that I don't know anything about this world, and I'm good with that. Just say that, because all this stuff all you're doing is giving other definitions, and these definitions aren't nothing but constructs that something that you read somewhere, and you said, "Oh my God, it's a polygon topic." Oh yeah, and this is called a Tommy. And you said, "Yeah, I believe that." Someone told you what the Big Bang was, and you said, "Yeah, I believe in that." You know what I'm saying? So you just fighting against beliefs at the end of the day.
And philosophy. I have a minor.
So just say, "I don't understand, man," and I'm just gonna go with, "I don't understand, man," and that's what you believe in.
No. You're not understanding me. I'm so sorry.
No, you don't understand.
I know. I'm listening.
So
I have a theoretical
question.
physics and philosophy. So I'm just like,
I know, and I have a master's in psychology.
Good for you.
But here's the thing. But here. Hold on.
Project your need for validation on me.
Right. Hold on. Because I was going to say, let's do.
You want to be my cheerleader so bad.
Here's what I was going to say. Here's what I was going to say. User 90. Let's deal with what we do know, because there are some things you do know.
Exactly.
Right. Let's deal with the knowable. So what?
It's so magical, and the reality of the world that we exist in is absolutely incomprehensible. Like, the things that we know itself is incomprehensible. But what we do need to understand is, at the end of the day, we are biological animals that have developed a brain that is significantly bigger than other animals. So we have the ability to like comprehend our consciousness, be aware of our own existence, and ask questions. But that doesn't necessarily mean that our brain is able to understand the questions that we're asking. For instance, if I ask you, what is nothingness or what comes after death, you wouldn't be able to understand. Or if I ask you, what is the fourth dimension, your brain is simply not able to comprehend what that logic is, because that is not what we're made of.
Well, most people would say fourth dimension is time, and right, and time is the illusion because time is the construct that we built in order to meet up with one another, right?
That is
Yeah, we know that time is a construct. We know that we built
there is
that.
Two perceptions of fourth dimension. There is the time and space dimension of fourth dimension, which Einstein theorized as like there is space and there is time, and time might be the fourth dimension. And then there is the other perspective of the fourth dimension, which is a tesseract, which is we have length, width, and space. We have length.
Girl, slow down reading that Chat GPT, girl. Slow down, you get tongue
this
twisted.
is straight up coming
Girl,
from
slow
my
down,
brain
reading
because
that
I'm
Chat
very
GPT.
passionate and I'm.
Girl, slow down.
Hold on, Mia, I have a question.
Can you
User.
not
So
talk
this
to
is
an educated person without pointing to ChatGPT? That
Oh
just
my God,
shows
I
how
am an
much of
educated
an
person.
ignorant
Look at you
person
making
you are.
assumptions.
This is coming
Mia,
from
let
my
me ask you a
brain. You're
question.
not listening.
Oh my
Mia,
God.
let me ask a question.
Crazy.
Let me ask a question. User.
Yes,
So I'm pretty sure you heard of the hard problem of consciousness. So how I like to see this is that we don't know anything. And the reason why we don't know anything is because we can't go outside of ourselves. So so to try to prove anything is kind of like
you have to prove
redundant.
the reality of yourself first. You're very much correct.
So I'm saying what we're doing right now is all made up because we can't go outside of ourselves to test what we're talking about is true or false or whatever. So basically, it seems. Hold on 1 second. So it seems like all of this. It doesn't need to be proven or whatever. It just needs to be experienced or whatever. Because if we can't, once again, if we cannot go outside of ourselves, it doesn't matter. There is no second view to what we're viewing. It's only our view or whatever. And so once again, if we can't go outside of ourselves, it's just like I come to the realization that this is all for an experience because in quantum physics, as you know, that when we look deep enough or whatever, it turns into a black hole, which means nothing is beyond that or whatever. So it's no point in none of trying to figure out what it is. It seems like the only point is to experience is as it is or whatever. So when we say psychology, mathematics, all that, we're making it all up because we can't. There is no second view to what we're saying. So for me, this is why I love Toya's channel. For me, it's just to experience. You are the scientific method. Fuck what a scientist says. Fuck what quantum physics says. Fuck all that. You're the scientific method. You do the scientific method on yourself because the whole point of this is to experience. If we can't go outside of ourselves, it's no point. It's no point. We don't know if we're saying it's true or not. We're making it up.
May I intervene to this?
Sure.
Sorry. Okay. So basically what I say is you're very much correct in some ways, and I disagree in some ways. You're very right in terms of we are experiencing the world in the perception of what we have in our mind. What we experience in the world, or what the world actually is in our head, is what we perceive it as to be, because what we experience is all in our heads. Am I getting that right? I want to get your point right before I make my point. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so the thing with that is what we experience in the world is not the actual truth. For instance,
But how do you know that? But I'm saying, how do you know that? Look. Any evidence.
I'm explaining that to you. Please let me finish.
But there is. But I'm saying, there's no evidence. But listen to the question,
there is
user.
evidence, and I'm trying.
No, it's
to tell
not.
you. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, user. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Thank you very
ahead.
much. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, for instance, let me make an example. Time dilation. The very fabric of space and time is, for instance, when you drop a bowling ball on top of a trampoline, it sinks the trampoline. Think of the trampoline as the very fabric of space and time, right? And if the bowling ball is the sun, then whatever marble is rotating around the trampoline is not the universe technically, but the Earth and Mercury and the planets and everything else that revolves around the sun. I'm not explaining, I don't want to sound like I'm explaining a conspiracy theory over here. This is
No, go ahead. Explain it. Go ahead. Explain.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you drop a bowling ball on the middle of a trampoline, this is just a metaphor to explain how time-space dilation and how our brain cannot simply perceive the nature of the world as it is. And if the trampoline sinks because of the bowling ball, and then you drop a marble and it circulates around the bowling ball, it needs to maintain a certain amount of speed in order to maintain its orbit, or else it will fall into the center. The center is the sun. The fabric is space and time. So what we conceive as looking at a clock and being like, hey, this is 1 second, is actually an auscultation on a pendulum, and that is not time at all. So when you're like, oh, this much time has passed, what you are perceiving as 20 minutes, maybe 20 million years from what is in a different perspective of space-time. That is why when you send a rocket out to space, astronauts literally calculate the time and the gravity that it takes for it to stay up there, for it to
User, I get
but we
all of
agreed
that.
to that. We said that
Look,
time
I'm
was a
getting all of
construct.
that.
Yeah,
Look,
we said
I'm
that time
getting-
was a construct, though. We agreed
I'm
to
getting
that.
all of that. So I'm saying, what I'm saying is you cannot go outside of any subjective experience to prove that. You need your own subjective experience. Look, hold on. I let you talk. I let you talk. So I'm saying any evidence, any proof, anything cannot go outside of the experience. So we are making it up or whatever. So what I'm saying is, since you cannot go outside of that, we don't know anything. We're just like, oh, 1 + 1 = 2 or whatever. We're just going in circles or whatever. I'm saying we don't know nothing. That's the whole point of this. Since we cannot go outside of the experience, the whole point of this is to experience. That's the whole point. So you're saying, oh, this is this. I get it. You know, time dilation, gravity, all the stuff. But in all of that is still an experience that someone needs to experience to say anything about what you are seeing.
Okay, I think we agree on that in terms of a person.
So do you agree that all of this is made up?
No, I do not, because this is
How?
subjective
But how can you go outside? How can you go outside of yourself and prove that that is not made up?
Because we send rockets out to space using
But
the
do
exact
you not see that that is an
calculations that we're using
experience?
right now?
That is an
Exactly.
experience.
Okay,
So
there is
something needs to
okay.
experience to even see that in action. Are you not
Listen,
hearing what I'm saying?
We have subjective truth and we have objective truth. Subjective
what-
truth
the-
is for please.
Go ahead.
Subjective truth is, for instance, being like, hey, I put my hands on the oven, so my hands are burning. That is the truth. It doesn't have to be a lie, but it's subjective because it expresses
what's the objective
your
truth?
Wait, allow
So
me to
what's the
finish.
objective truth?
Objective truth is a constant fact. For instance, when you're working at a hospital and you're like, hey, when a please let me finish. When a patient tells you that their pain is an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, you're like, and they're like, my pain is an 8. You'd be like, that is subjective truth. It doesn't mean it's a lie, but that is the truth and perspectives of the patient. And then what's an objective truth is you're looking at the actual injury of the patient and you're like, this is a 4th stage burn injury. And that is an objective truth because that is what you're experiencing from the perspective of the third world.
Okay, so
you know what I mean? One truth doesn't
no, I
have
don't
to
know
be
what you
less
mean.
than-
I'm trying to get you to see what you're not seeing.
I'm agreeing with
Look,
you, it's what you're
listen
not
to me.
seeing.
Look,
I'm
user,
agreeing with
listen.
I'm
You're
telling
not
you.
agreeing. You're not agreeing because look, 1 + 1 = 2. Let's just say that's a
objective truth.
listen. 1 + 1 = 2. Let's say that's an objective truth. For me to even to see 1 + 1, it must be from my subjective experience.
1 + 1 equaling true is not just based on your subjective experience.
Yes, it is. How else am I perceiving? No. How else am I perceiving the 1 + 1 = 2? How am I perceiving that? Am I perceiving it outside of myself or am I perceiving it inside of myself?
Okay. May I speak, please?
Yeah, answer the question. Don't go around the question.
I'm not going around the question.
So
I'm validating your point. You are right.
okay, that's it.
Exactly.
That's all
I
there
have
is.
not disagreed with that the entire time. I'm just differentiating that there's subjective
There
truth
is
in
no
both
there is no
of them.
differentiation. It's only subjective.
You need to look this up on Google.
No, I already looked it up. That's how I know what I'm
No, you
talking about. I already
Not
looked
with
it up.
ChatGPT talking about Google.
No, I'm just trying to
Just
explain
because you
that
say
one truth
everything
doesn't have
at
to
the
be less than
Soprano
the
voice
other.
doesn't
No,
mean that you're not being condescending. Okay? Just because you talk like this doesn't mean you're not annoying. Okay? Can we stay focused on the prompt now? Okay? Can we talk like we're a grown woman with degrees? Okay. Okay, baby. Where'd you go, baby?
I'm just trying to need proof, evidence, whatever is always going to be subjective because there needs to be a witness or observer of this quote unquote objectivity. So since I'm viewing the objectivity from my subjectivity, that means everything is subjective. This is the hard problem of consciousness. We're trying to find consciousness, but since we can't go outside of ourselves and we're saying we're consciousness, you are never going to find consciousness because you are the thing that's doing the thing. That's why
I was done at Monkey Brain. I was done at Monkey Brain. When she compared to Monkey Brain, she was done.
All right, y'all ran her
Yes,
off.
Toya
She
needs
gone.
an
She
award.
gone.
Toya needs an award.
She's gone. She's gone.
Toya needs an award.
Oh Lord. Okay, we're gonna go to the next caller. Uh is that Roble stock? How do you say that? Roble? Are you there? Did you mean to come up? I can't with you, Mia. I couldn't even. Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
How are you? Welcome.
Hello, how you doing, sister?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Hey, by the way, let me just say, Rob, this is my second account. But
I was about to say this sound like L Titan. This L Titan. Okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Nice. Yeah, all I can say is we know that we don't know nothing, but we know everything, but we just don't remember. You know what I'm saying by that, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I just want to add something at the conversation you were having a few minutes ago about the balloon, the helium balloon, this and that. Well, the helium balloon has air in it. It keep going. When it's empty, it's going start falling down, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what I want to say this: if the helium balloon is still having air or something that putting air inside, it will stay over there forever until,
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I heard and just contemplating everything. We've been lie about almost everything, by
Yeah.
the government institution, this and that. So by saying that, we know just a few things because they lie about 99% of the things. I heard in some video, like it might sound crazy, but I'm just contemplating. Every 2 minutes, there's an airplane leaving an airport over here.
Mm.
Every 2 minutes, there's one airplane behind the other one. And every 2 minutes, there's an airplane landing. So I heard somebody that he was claiming he was a mechanic in an airport. And he said the one that using oil, combustible, gasolina, whatever, are the one that using 100% gas. Are the jet fighter. He said the airplane, commercial airplane, just use the gasoline when they go back over there before they taking off to start, when they get that propulsion thing, they had the thing in the wings because they've been saying they put the gas on the airplane wings,
Mm-hmm.
what you wanna put 60,000 something gallons gas on that wings? It's impossible.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the guy say they only when the plane get the speed something and it's ready to take off, it just use the air that get inside the motor. In the front is big, so the air that getting over there, it use the same air to make the plane stay moving.
Oh, they're
Isn't
using
that
air
crazy?
instead of fuel.
Yep. Look, I've been in the airport almost every day. You don't see the smoke getting out of behind in the airplane motor. In the front is big, and in the back is just a little hole. You know, when the air getting in with that big pedal, it compress the whole air, and how they moving. It's like the motor is like the wing of the bird, and the airplane is designed same like the birds. They just using the air and charging us a lot of money to fly for something that
Oh,
can be very
okay.
cheap.
So they lying to us about how these airplanes work. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
they are. They
Okay.
are.
Yeah, and about everything. So
Wait, I mean, if they lie about everything else, I wouldn't be surprised they not lying about that. They lie about everything. They don't tell us the truth about
everything
nothing.
we know is something that they've been telling us. That's my point.
Yep.
About Jesus, this and that.
This
Don't
world
know
is
about Jesus
upside
and this and
down,
that because
inside
they lie
out.
to us.
Yep. This world is an inverted plane, inverted playground.
Exactly.
That's what say believe. How do we go? Believe nothing what you hear and half of what you see, or nothing what you see and half of what you hear. Or how about don't believe nothing you see, you hear. Don't believe nothing.
Yeah.
of it. If you haven't personally experienced it, you just gotta just accept that it's probably made up.
Yeah. But just contemplating that, because the thing is, people believe in everything the government say, religion, this and that, but don't believe in themselves. That's my point.
Yeah, we know they don't write everything in the history books, and then they want to come tell us, well, do you believe it? No, I don't believe shit they said 200, 300,
Exactly.
500, 10. I don't believe what they said yesterday, this morning. You want me to believe in something they wrote 200-300 years ago?
Exactly.
Do you believe George Washington? Like they said that they were having presidents before they started claiming George Washington. It was 7 presidents before him, but they start with George Washington.
Yeah.
So I mean, everything gets changed around and flipped upside down. And again, that's why I don't call them lies. I call them stories.
Yep.
Because there's no such thing as a lie. It only has to do with if you believe it or not. So then, if you believe it, is it a lie to you? No. If you believe it, then it's not a lie. It's only a lie if you can prove that it's not true.
Exactly. Until you prove the opposite, right?
And a lot of times people don't go through the research or go through, the trouble of trying to disprove something, right? So that's how they can pull the wool over people's eyes, because they know most people are not going to be investigative reporters. They're just going to accept things, what people say, especially if it sounds good to them, if it sounds believable, if it sounds like some, right? Because I remember they said that if you're going to tell a lie, make it so big that people will question, why would you lie about it?
Well,
The big lie is easier to digest. Go ahead, Mia.
So I think I cracked the code. So you hit it on the nail on the head. So if you go far enough back in history, so if you create the rule that happened far enough back in history, so far back that you can't investigate, people are going to accept it as truth. So all of the things that we are in our generation of consciousness, like, think about it, like, who decided we work 40 hours a week? Who decided a weekend was 2 days? Who decided a work shift was generally 8 hours? Who decided that we have to pay for healthcare. Who decided this, right? It's just a rule that started and we can't even figure out where it started. And if it started hundreds and hundreds of years ago and we can't go back and find out who. And it's just something that we just got to go with. It's always in some history book, right? It's always something that happened, right? We don't even know how the pyramids got there, right? And people are wondering what happened unalive, like how the motherfucking pyramids got there. So it's just like everything is hearsay and a rumor. And like the same country that makes horrible food for you cheap, but makes health insurance expensive. The same country like y'all believe in the physical so much that y'all will have a funeral for a person, buy an expensive ass casket just to put a rotting ass body in it, just to put it in the ground and spend all that money.
That's what I said. Who came up with funerals? Because, man.
Well, the people that came up with funerals knew that you should give your body back to the earth or whatever. So that's why in some cultures they burn it and it goes into the ocean. Some cultures put it in the ground. We are the only.
But you know what I mean. Start selling grave sites and the ceremony of funerals. That everything has to. They're gonna make sure you pay coming in and leaving. You got to pay to give birth. That's why you got a hospital. And even if you die, you got to pay to die. Like, they have monetized life from beginning to end. It is monetized in this country. In this country, it is monetized from beginning to end. You ain't getting away from it. Like, they going to charge you for everything.
Is there
you want to know a secret, though? Let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you, hold on. People are so obsessed with the physical that most people will pay for a funeral. And then once they put the body in the ground, the company pick it back up and burn it anyway. Because guess what? You see a new dentist office, you see a new gym, you see a new Popeyes, but how many new cemeteries you see being built around this month? Okay? Even after COVID, with all the unalives that happened during COVID, we should have been seeing, y'all need space for all these bodies. Oh my God. You don't ever see them expanding cemeteries. Because they burning them anyway. They taking all that money for you to put, because who's gonna go back and
well, Capera said that we eating these bodies.
I mean,
Lord. Okay.
A McDonald's burger don't break down.
They call green solvent.
Oh my goodness.
But really, it's just
All right. Let's see if what how you say it's that Capara Mayat. You can unmute if you want to say something. Hello. Somebody say the world is a cemetery. I know, right? Go ahead.
We in the land of the Walking Dead.
For real though.
I was gonna chime in about self and forgiveness. I guess kind of what my story was. I thought I had forgiven another person for something. They did a lot of different dirt to me, but I wasn't sure. I said that I did, but I really wasn't sure. Till one day I'm driving down the street and I see this person. And I'm like, oh. So I'm like, I shouldn't think bad. Let me give him a ride. He's walking. He got this big trash bag over his shoulder. At least that's what I thought it was. So I pull up to where he is. He's walking. And I pull over. I roll the window down. I say, hey, what's up, cousin? You all right? All right, what's going on? So he stopped and looked. He sees me. And then I realize he doesn't have a black trash bag over his shoulder. What he has is a board covered in elastic stretch cover. It's a keyboard. It's my keyboard. It's a very expensive sound recorder. So he looks at me and he's like, oh. I was like, hey, don't even say nothing. So I rolled the window all the way down. I said, just put it inside. So he puts it inside the car, through the window, then he stands back just flabbergasted. Oh, man, and those arms up. He's on his way. I'm on my way home to my new place where I just moved to. I just moved out of his mother's house. Okay. That's where my studio was set up because I lived there. but I was moving out, and I just happened to be coming down that street and seeing him on the way to my new place. And 2 blocks from where I saw him at, I'm passing by what he probably was going to, the pawn shop. And I said, wow. So I continue on home. But the point is, I could have just said, man, I'm not giving him no ride. But I didn't go there. I decided to give him the ride. So that's what it ended up being.
Wow. Wow. You decided to give him a ride and he walking down the street with your
Yeah, I could easily say, man, forget him. Kept on going, wouldn't have known.
You would have had no idea, man. That's why you gotta listen to that intuitive leading, as they say.
Yeah. So the other thing I was gonna say is that the lady was talking about a bunch of stuff. I didn't know what she was talking about. I thought I was listening to Chinese because my mind don't really work like that. I don't know a lot about no math and all the stuff she was talking.
She's doing her philosophy degree. She wanted to be,
she had some other degrees, didn't she?
I guess.
So it reminded me of a whole nother conversation. I'm gonna share this one and I'm gonna leave. So a very good friend of mine, we made music together. He passed away a few years ago. But I want to say within the first year of me knowing him, I found out, he was a college graduate. He was big into, he had a lot of math in him. He had a lot of stuff like the lady was talking. He had a lot of kind of talk like in his head. And so we was having a discussion. We was at another guy's house. It was me and another guy and my friend's cousin and my friend. So we was talking about this meditation we did, and we got talking about what a concept about what God is, and the conversation turned to light and what is light, and they kept arguing back and forth, and I said, wait a minute, I think my concept is light and heat and fire is all the same because one can't be the other. But I don't know how it worked, but my concept of my mind, I think they are the same. So it went back and forth and it got heated. And I was like, yeah, we shouldn't even talk about this no more. It's too much heat. So we ended up leaving there. And it was a couple hours later, was getting dropped off. The friend, he was going to drop his cousin off. So the three of us riding together. And we go back to his house because his cousin want to pick up some artwork and take it back to his place. While we get to this guy's house, who was arguing about all this knowledge he had, and I told him, no, fire and heat and light is all the same. While we got to his house, his whole house was gone. It burned up while we was gone.
What?
So we was arguing over if fire, heat, and light was the same, and I was saying it's the same.
His house was literally fire, heat, and fire, heat, and light.
It wasn't nothing left. It had already burnt up.
Right, but I'm saying.
That's the universe telling you was right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and it happened they was like, the people was like, yeah, it happened 2 hours ago, back when we was arguing.
So had he not had the argument and went home, he might have been able to save his property, huh? I mean, but I want to know what he was thinking about though, other than arguing about what's like.
We never talked about it. After that happened, we never talked about it.
Well, did he? I'm sure he had insurance and everything, and he was able to.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. We never had a conversation about
Lord,
that
wow.
that argument or the fire in his house. If he needed something, we all give him what we could, but we never talked about that again. We just,
wow,
leave it alone.
Wow, that's what it say. Truth is stranger than fiction, boy. Some of the experiences that happen, like when they were saying that entanglement, right? And there's no coincidences in how the power of words and thought are, right? And then you see the manifestation of that conversation. And you never know how it's going to manifest. That's wow.
But I hope I get to catch your live during the day. It seems like you on in the evening. I listen to quite like 3 or 4 different deconstruction lives, and I listen to yours. And when I'm listening to those, I'm at work and I can kind of listen to that stuff at work, and the day go by so fast. Either by listening to y'all or just playing music in my head. You know, I get to singing. I just be bright with everybody at the job, and they be like, "Man, I was mad, but I don't know why I was mad." Like, no, you ain't mad. I said, we are one. Frankie Beverly and Maze. Put that in your playlist and listen to it.
I know, right? Ooh. Yeah, get you right. Sweet sounds.
So I really
yes.
appreciate soul. Is that soul? I don't know. I can't read
Soul
the rest of
leveling.
it. I really love listening to you. Ooh, you be tapping that ass, tapping that. Whoa, you be hitting them in the head with some of the stuff you be saying. And it be simple, but it seems like they so smart they can't get simple.
Yes.
Right,
They be like, "Oh, I went to college." Yep, you're still indoctrinated. Like, you can't even see the simple thing that I'm saying or whatever. You're so college educated. Okay, you be college educated. maybe that's why I ain't finished.
Yeah, the people that want to come in here and discuss Christianity from a scholarly perspective, I do not care. I'm not going to read your church father's perspective on your religion just so I can debate you. What a waste of time. But if you want to talk about the scriptures, I can talk about the scriptures with you, but what I'm not going to do is talk about what your church fathers thought of the scriptures. I don't really care.
I want them to tell me what they think Jesus meant when he was telling the people, "Hey, don't marvel at the miracles I perform here. You would do the same and even greater than I."
That's why I like when they say that Jesus actually existed in time and space. How many of you are walking on water and turning water into wine?
None. Or go to the hospital and heal all
you know about the only thing they are doing, the only thing they will attest to, especially those deliverance ministries, they casting out demons. That's about the only thing they doing. They are casting out a demon. They ain't healing nobody. They're not setting nobody free. They're not unstopping deaf ears. They're not bringing sight to the blind. But what they are going to do, they're gonna call out them demonic lust demons for real. It's always a lust demon. It's always about sex. It's always you getting too much of the good stuff. I gotta stop you from getting to the good part. Come out of that lust demon. Stop wanting sex. That ain't right. You ain't supposed to want that, especially if you're not married. Like, how dare you? I need that lust demon to come out of you.
I am the lust demon for money. I'm gonna need you to give me some more money when you come to church. Come out them pockets.
Yeah, that's the one sign that follows them wherever they go. They gonna cast out the demon. They gonna cast out the demon.
Demon, cash me out.
Yep, that's the one thing they're gonna test to. They ain't doing nothing else but that.
Wow.
You said wow.
It's funny, y'all. I think I said this already, but when is it like, it don't matter. Can I read one more chapter?
Oh yes, we loved it. I'm gonna have to download it now, especially PDF. And then it's only 20 pages, 25 pages. Miss Kitty said.
Let me go to the bottom. It is. That's a epilogue. It is 41 pages.
Okay. That's probably just because it's PDF. I know she said in the book, printed pages.
It's real. Yeah,
short.
These chapters are really, really short. I can just finish the whole book. For real. I'm on chapter 6, and it's only 8 chapters or whatever. it's super small or whatever, but I'm just gonna read chapter 6.
But tell them what you're reading before you start.
Oh, it's called The Lost in Space.
Lost in Space. Yes.
Let me make sure. Yeah, Lost in Space by Michael Dooley. So this is chapter 6. It says, a direct result of their dumbness led them to their first taste of fear, which was felt whenever they failed to experience the actual reality before them. That's what you say fear is. Fear is failed to experience the actual reality. Ooh, I like that.
The failure to experience the actual reality. Okay, that's the acronym for fear. Okay, failure to experience the actual reality. Okay.
A scary thing they soon found out. No fun at all. And worse, a whole horde of emotions sprang to life with their very misunderstanding. At first, they appeared slowly. Each felt to the extent any truth was being misunderstood. But because so much more was being understood, so much less, they started experiencing their emotions so much faster. As we watched what was happening, we were devastated. Never in any reality had such lofty beings plunged into such great despair. Terror, sadness, anger, and guilt were all rampant. It was almost too much for us to bear, not to mention what they had put themselves through, poor, quote, things. It was a travesty through and through, until little by little they began a great healing, not from on high or any other such place, though some still say it was a mystical, incited reality adjustment concealed by loving entities, but a healing we now understand that had transpired from within. Life ministering to life itself, a miracle either way. So miracle stands for mystical, incited reality adjustment concealed by loving entities. It turns out that gods were learning from their emotions, and as they did, so did we. For example, if fear stems from the failure to experience the actual reality before you, then at least it serves as an unmistakable warning to the one doing the fearing that their thinking has strayed from the truth. And though it seems for some that the warning appears too late, it actually emerges in its extravagant state only after other emotions serve similar notice but were ignored. There was even more good news about these emotions. It turns out they could be happy and warm too, or rambunctious and silly, and some were even wild and crazy. It was their passage through all the emotions, happy and sad, they told us later, that brought the illusorious ones their greatest achievement, inner peace, or inner pleasure experienced by accepting all creation as it exists. That's what peace means. Pleasure experienced by accepting all creation as it exists. Mastered by so few because it requires a deep understanding of the righteousness inherent in every living and non-living thing, all of the time and every place, no matter what. Strange as this may sound, as life revealed unto life, and we watch the gods with their learning, we notice something that most there had not been yet for themselves, that as they believe, they become. And somewhere in between believing and becoming without failure, they act. You see, if they hold a thought long enough, they begin to move with it. And this movement itself actually hastens the materialization process profoundly because it emboldens their belief that success will be achieved, ultimately actualizing into concentrated terms their thoughts. From our perspective, everything Everything there seems easy and obnoxious, but from where they see, space and time must be the ultimate mysteries. For instance, this process of, quote, actualizing is completely lost on so many of the humans in pursuit of, quote, life's truths. Their hardy souls actually place more importance on what they do than on why they do what they do. Life after life after life. Some meditate quietly on cliffs as if they could get any closer to the angels that already rest upon their shoulders. Others think the path to understanding might be found by escaping who they are, as if the answers they seek could be found by hiding from their questions. And then,
Wow.
and then there are those who belittle, criticize, nitpick pieces, as if concentrating on strange things. Wait. As if concentrating on what's wrong will suddenly reveal all that's right. That's what you just said. There's more to it. There are those who feel they should read the right stuff, talk the right stuff, eat the right stuff, or go on to the right places at the right times with the right people, as if somebody else was actually keeping track.
Ain't nobody but you, boo. But go ahead.
The only actions that matter we've seen are those that follow belief. But then that's the truth of all actions. So the point worth noting here is that due to the simultaneously of it all, the reverse is also true. By taking actions towards a desired result, the belief that the result will soon materialize is intensified, accelerating its entry into space and time. By now, all forms of awareness from wherever ever thought of have heard about space, time, and the brilliant adventurers who created it all, and those who drop by for a look are so astounded by what they find in this little corner of creation that they're changed forever. It's not the splendor of the planets, nor the raging life that thrives upon them, or even the bold, outrageous thoughts that continue to perpetuate it all. They're left speechless, and are downright humbled by the few who have returned from the adventure, by those who have actually found themselves amidst the game and learning, and in so doing have become far more than the sum of their experience, more than, quote, who they were when it all began. These we call the illusory ones, whose glowing radiance and divine illumination reflect an understanding rooted in the unshakable knowledge that all things and events are born of thoughts, their own, that all is good, if you believe in bad, and that everything is God. Only by losing themselves in serving their illusions could they then be driven emotionally by their burning desire to reclaim and know the depths of their own divinity, and by deeply understanding that their own thoughts, words, and deeds alone determines what's meant to be. They've reached such a state of supreme bliss and all-knowingness that they've become the inspiration and the idea that all who have met them strive for. Now, having just shared all of that, it is a bit amazing to us. Not a problem, mind you, just amazing that more have not joined the rankings of the illusory ones. Certainly to each his or her own. It's just that they're all still so caught up in the most awesome adventure of theirs. It seems they could really care less about wherever else. Perhaps you understand them best. Perhaps you understand them better. Still, to us at least, it seemed a shame that such inexhaustible energy and creative genius is being so thoroughly negated. If they could, and we assure you they can, just for an instant glimpse the greater reality and see themselves as the omnipotent, unlimited, fun-loving gladiators have always been, it would so radically change everything. Not that they should return. Heavens no. We just think that they might. That's the whole thing.
Oh, just remember who you are.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, just remember who you are. You are all there is.
Okay, he had a epilogue. He says, okay, that wasn't so fair. We knew all along that you were lost. Actually, we know a lot more about you than you might think. Listen up, old friend. Older than you can even fathom. You were the brave one amongst us. So brave, in fact, that you kind of left us in your dust. You see, none of us have even tried space and time yet, on account of wanting to see how you turned out. Really, you haven't been gone far from us, long as we like to joke. But before you left, we agreed to be your lifeline, your angel, sort of, just in case you ever called. We've done our part all right, and have been there each and every time you so much as said, ouch. Though we did pinch the white winged costumes you made us wear for your going somewhere party. Our point is this. You've done such a bang-up job, we're all more than a little anxious to get going with our turns. Though we are afraid you'll be angry if we abandon our posts. We've rationalized a bit and figured that at your rate of progress, you don't really need us anymore. Besides, as it turns out, there's really very little we can actually do for you here other than rant and rave from the bleachers. You wouldn't have had it any other way, remember? You don't understand, do you? What's more, and we didn't know this when you left. Once we began our own adventures, we remained in touch and with outreach at your slightest call, though consciously none of us will likely know just what's going on. Anyway, we made our decision some time ago, before you even began this lifetime, and have each planned our way into the very space and time that you now reside. In fact, none of us just might be that loud neighbor of yours. Aha! And in case you were beginning to wonder, we also arranged for you finding this book through the simultaneously we spoke of earlier. We snuck it into the future. You don't still believe in coincidence, do you? So that you don't feel too put out, we smuggled in the following excerpts from one of the illusory latest memoirs to hopefully tip the scales in your quest for understanding. Adios, amigos. Until we meet again, remember, life is not about hiding and seeking, nor is it about learning the things you've forgotten. No, it's not even about remembering them. It's about being yourself. You were born to expand the infinity nature of God. Live only to be who you are now. You are creation's first and last hope to fill the shoes you alone can fashion. An eternity will pass before this chance will come again. You are the dream of a legion before you have passed on the torch of space-time. Awareness that you were mere existence could immeasurably enrich all that is God. By simply being, you will fulfill this dream. Center in the here and now where all dreams come true, all truth resides, and understanding is born. Your sacred heart was heaving at the dawn of creation in a dance to celebrate the birth of forever. You can do no wrong. There are no shoulds or shouldn'ts, rights or wrong. Life is not about being happy, sad, good, or bad. It's not even about making your dreams come true. That much is inevitable. There is only being, eternal being, inescapable being. You are perfect. It is done. You are rare and precious. Light has and will evermore illuminate the worlds you create, the worlds that now wait for your blessed being.
That's it. Love it. Being. To be or not to be? That is the question. Well, you can never not be. And so with this book, which is something we already knew, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was something that we couldn't quite, conceptualize or express in words, as eloquently as the author, but we already knew it was about being, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of being is having, and you already have everything because you already are everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why you have any desire is because you are that desire. You are the very thing you're desiring to be. So then you just have to be it. Right?
Because there's only being, eternal being, inescapable being. You are perfect.
Be
That's
still
all you
and
can
what?
do.
Be still and
Be
what? No.
Oh,
Right? Because the thing is people really think they forgot. But as the book reminded us, no, you already know. It's not about remembering. It's about being who you are. And you are all there is. You are everything. It reminds me of the book that we read, because, I do a book club. We read Busting Loose from the Money Game. And from the title, you think it's going to be talking about how to get money. Get money. No, it's telling you that you are the consciousness creating this simulation. And it's telling you that whenever you pay a bill, right? You created the bill just to pay it. So then why would you get mad at having to pay it? You created the experience of having to do the thing. So instead of looking at the bill as something as a negative, look at it as a positive. And so now instead of calling it a bill, you're going to rename it, and you're going to rephrase it. And you're going to say, this is something you get to do. This is something you created to do. Right? I can't remember the phrasing that he used, because it's been a while since I read it. Actually, I did take notes on it, but I'm using my gadgets that I have the notes on. But just read this. Go ahead.
no, I said, okay, annotation. I used to hate annotating books. Ooh, especially boring books like 100 Years of Solitude. Like, oh my gosh.
I never read that. I never even heard of that book. 100 Years of Solitude. But he's saying that everything that comes into your reality, you are the conscious that populated it there. Right? So when you decide to go to the restaurant, whatever amount you pay, whatever tip you leave, you're really giving it to you. That everything is going to you because you are everything. So instead of looking at the restaurant as separate from you, or the waitress is separate from you, or the hostess is separate from you, they are actually your own consciousness. They're your own thoughts made visible. And so you're just really interacting with yourself, even though it appears to be another. It's really all you.
Good job. Well, I'm about to head out, go get me some chocolate peanuts.
Oh, I love chocolate peanuts. Okay. Yes.
They gonna be chocolate peanuts or chocolate almonds or whatever.
Nice.
Back and forth. But divine travels, don't forget to dive in, because you are a divine being.
Woo, love it. Thank you so much for the share. Yes, gift of appreciation. Everything you're doing is appreciating the thing that you have created. That's what it is. You are the conscious that created the situation. So appreciate it. Why? Because you created it. It's there because of you. There are no accidents, no coincidences. You wanted to have the experience. So then appreciate the experience. Right? So it's like you bought the food, you went on a vacation, you went out to eat. And now you bought the home, you chose the car, you chose the apartment, and now you mad at the bill. Why are you mad at the credit card bill? Why are you mad that now you have to pay the rent? Now you have to pay the car note. Now you have to pay the mortgage. You created it. And it's self-sustaining. Since you created it, you're able to pay it. Because that's your way of appreciating the thing that you created. Lost in space. And we definitely got lost in our own mind, right? We got so caught up in the dream, we forgot it was a dream. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, something happened, Happy D up in the living room. We got go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I was just thinking of that song by the Stylistics. This is an oldie but goodie. You are everything, and everything is you. Whoa, you are everything, and everything is you.
Oh, yes, we remember that song. Yes. It's funny because there's someone else on here. I used to call him Grandpa. He was in his 70s. He used to come on here, but he was like, he came here like a couple of weeks and he was like, I'm actually living the life. You know, you told me to go out and live the life, so I'm going to live the life. That's why I'm coming on Thrive as much, because you told me to go enjoy it, so I'm enjoying it. And he brought that song up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was like, go ahead, sing it. He's like, I love when you sing, because they used to call me Jukebox Toy. I don't sing as much as I used to, but I would have a song for every situation.
Wow.
I would have a song. I didn't always quite remember every lyric, but I was, doing these lives, I could put a song into every situation. Like, oh yeah, this fit right here. Yes. Yep. Little did we know what we were singing. I know, right? Like, we had no idea. Again, our word was always communicating with us. Our world was always, because the word, that's what's happening. It's infinite communication with oneself. Your world it's just about, are you listening now? Are you listening to what you are saying to you? Because your world is you. It is a projection of what's going on within, right? So you call it a projection, or you can call it a reflection. It's all the same thing. It's you. It's what's going on within you is going on outside of you, right? And and the world is always confirming what you accept is true, right? So when you're watching the news and you're hearing, well, this happened to this person, and this always happened to Black people, and then I'm looking at if that's what you truly believe, you're always going to get confirmation of that on the TV. The reason why I'm pointing up here is because my TV is up there, because I'm in my bedroom. So so if you're always watching the TV and you're always watching Fox and 10 o'clock news or 11 o'clock news or 9 o'clock news or all day news, and all you keep hearing is about how the discrepancy, or what's the word I'm looking for? Like the problems that, people face because of their color and, the system, right? The system that's going on that's against you. If you're always saying that the system is against you, all right? If that's what you're thinking, you're always going to get confirmation of that. You're always going to get confirmation of that. I remember someone I used to listen to Abraham Hicks a lot. And she was like, it's almost like you do have to put your head in the sand. You do have to close your eyes to the world. And that's something that most people don't like. They don't like, how can you not care about the world around you? Because you have to understand, you get to determine the world around you. You're not supposed to conform to this reality. You're supposed to be creating your own. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
It's a trap. And I was an activist, so
okay.
I'm out there for Black people.
Fight the power. Fight the power.
Black people. The inequities of society. White folks are the and it's a trap because you get lost in it. And then you wind up, I lost myself and spent a vast majority of my life fighting for Black people, honey. And Black people ain't thinking about me as a whole, collectively.
Nope.
And you look up, you turn around, you look up, and years have passed. And I could have been that concentration on Black folks and our conditions that we're in, I could have been dreaming and creating a grand life for myself.
Because you thought the Black folks needed a savior.
Thought the Black folks needed a savior.
You was gonna come save them from themselves.
Honey, please.
Little did you know.
My parents were like, oh my God. This is not what we raised you to do.
And they still say that. Who's gonna lead us? Who's gonna lead us?
Right. You better turn within and lead yourself right into your dreams, right into full expression.
Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs.
It's only about you. And I love what Abraham Hicks said. You could choose you, and I remind myself of that every day. Why am I looking? I don't choose to see this anymore. And guess what? I'm not gonna feel guilty about it.
They love to feel. Well, what about what's happening over there in Nigeria? What about it?
About it?
They always talking about poor people somewhere else. Oh, you don't have poor people here?
Come on.
You don't have homeless people here? You don't have, like, what, y'all got to go halfway across the world in order to find somebody to help?
And the greatest insult to injury for the collective is you're turning your back. What? How could you? So selfish.
But do you see the mindset that we were conditioned with when you have the construct of race? So, and what I mean is, when a white person does something bad that we deem is wrong, right? They don't represent the whole.
Right.
They get to have that experience as that one person, and ain't nobody looking down on that one person.
Right.
Black person does it. Oh, they represent the whole. It's always happening to us. It become a we thing. It become we speaking now. All of a sudden, we know French because it's right. We look at what they doing to us. Look at we, and then when Black people make it, like you hear people that you say the Black folks are billionaires. Well, who did they help? Who they lifting up?
Right.
But when white people are billionaires, it's just like expected. It's okay, and you don't question what they do with their money.
Better put your head in that sand.
And then they want you to look at like all white people got it good.
Right.
And then the few people, the Black, not even gonna say the few, because it's a lot of Black people that's living good. They try to make them be the exception to the rule.
Right.
But white people with money is the standard.
Right.
And Black people with no money is the standard.
Right. Now suppose we were all learning this from knee-high.
Suppose, yes, we were learning this from knee-high. I don't have to suppose. We were. I don't have to imagine it. It was a thing.
I'm saying, if we had to empower.
Oh, got you. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
From knee-high, everybody would be the exception to the rule. And it takes a lot of courage to step off that diving board into the vast expanse of consciousness where you dare to dream, dare to travel beyond.
The final frontier.
The final frontier, baby. Engage.
Man. And it's in all the movies. It's all in the fairy tales, right? It's all in the, which is why they didn't want people to read too. Because they know reading expanded imagination. Not that you necessarily needed to read, but you can read and be inspired by others, right? Like you can, because if your whole day is just about servitude or slavery, enslavement, and you're only worried about the working day, and your off day is preparing for the next working day,
right?
Where do you have time to imagine?
Come on.
Where do you have time to think of something? But again, some people did think. Some people took time to do it because everybody wasn't enslaved.
Right. But what's really exciting now is you have 46 people on this live. Now, if all 46 people are in agreement that this is this some shit right here. Think about what a collective, even this is a critical mass together. So we can change the world for ourselves.
Yep. And you just brought something back to, I was thinking before I came on live, I was like, I'm gonna see those, the collective want to do like a 7-day, 14-day, 21-day, 30-day, about really being intentional about transforming the mind, right? Deciding every day, whether you decide 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever your time to focus, to go into the silence of your own mind and really decide what it is you want to experience here and now.
I would love that.
Because here's the thing, everything we do has to be repetition practice, right? Because we've been practicing. Because here's the thing, it doesn't take, as long as you have been thinking from a scarcity, lack mentality, whether it was 20, 30, 40, 50, however long you've been doing it, it only takes, the time it takes to flip that is minuscule compared to the time it took you to agree to the latter or the former, right?
Right.
All it takes is like, because Neville Goddard talks about, I don't know if you know, Neville Goddard talks about the duck and feeding it something new for 21 days, right? To get it prepared to be baked. The whole time in order to keep it alive and fed, they fed it what? Fish. When they wanted to eat it for themselves and bake it, they had to give it a new diet for 21 days. In order for it. And if they forgot to do that, if the mother told them, hey, we're going to have, I decided what day we're going to have the duck for the next, and if they forgot to do it, the whole town knew. Because when the duck got baked and it only fed on fish, it would stink up the whole town.
Okay.
But when it got fed cornmeal for 21 days, it changed its whole consistency.
I see. And that's like the 100th monkey, where scientists fed just a group of monkeys on one island, taught them how to wash their bananas or wash their coconuts or something. And then before it was all over, before the experiment was over, monkeys on other islands began to engage in that same behavior, who didn't know the monkeys. They were far, far, far away.
So we all connect. Everything is connected, right?
Everything is connected.
Everything is connected. Yeah, because Emmett Fox, he calls it, I don't know what he called it, but it was like a 7-day fast. So what he would say is that for 7 days, you're going to train your mind to only feast upon positive thoughts. And if you couldn't do it for 7 days, whenever you found yourself thinking negative, you had to stop it and start the 7 days over.
Right. John Randolph Price has a little book called, oh my God, it just slipped to my mind, but it's on prosperity and abundance. And I think it's 7 days. It might be 21. And if you forget one day, then you have to start all over. And it's practicing thoughts of abundance.
Yep. So yeah, I think that's something. 21. I would say 21 days to 30 days, right?
Yes.
Of consistent, focused attention from, because I know some people maybe, I don't know, I know we call it meditation. I'm just going to say, as Neville Goddard called it, going into the silence. It's the silence of your own mind, which is what you're shutting out the world, and you're only going into the silence of your own thoughts. You're communing with your own thoughts, as the scripture says. Commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still.
Right.
Yep. So maybe we'll pick a day. What's today, Monday? So maybe we'll start, give it some time, because to make sure that those who want to join can, and some people that are regulars aren't here today. So maybe we'll start. Maybe I will give it till Friday, and then maybe we can start on Saturday, and then we can pick the everybody doing it at the same time of day, and regardless
Right.
of where you are, that's your time.
Right.
If we choose 10 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock your time, but it's 10 o'clock my time, right? It
Right.
doesn't matter because it's the intention behind it. It's always the
Right.
intention behind it,
It's
right?
always the intention.
Yep. And then we could decide how many, what a good time, whether it's a good time for the majority of us to do it at night or during the day, because again, time's a construct, and it doesn't
Right.
matter if you put 6 o'clock in the evening, if you decide 10 o'clock right before you go to bed, or is it 6 o'clock in the morning. That
Right.
doesn't, as long as you're doing it every day.
Right. Right. And just for those 21 days, so you won't feel pressured, I got to do this for the rest of my life. No.
Yep.
Just
21
those
days.
21 days.
21
And
days.
I just like to offer on the subject of meditation and going within, because that it's just a matter of sitting in silence. You just let your thoughts pass, because they generally don't stop. So you just let them pass, don't get attached to them, and you just enjoy sitting there in the conscious silence. And don't struggle with, oh my God, I can't do this, because you can. You just sit there.
Mhm.
Don't worry about whether your legs are crossed. Don't worry about, because I remember when I first started learning to meditate, and the information that was out there would be, I had a teacher who was like, if you get an itch, don't scratch it. None of that. Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself. You just get in a comfortable space and sit and be quiet. If you fall asleep, you needed the rest. And you just wake back up.
Yep.
And whenever you wake, even if it's 2 hours later, you just wake up. And so, but again, the goal is to go inside and to experience the silence of yourself. And it gets easier and easier, but it never gets silent deep within your mind, because it just doesn't. You're going to have a thought, oh my God, what are we going to have for dinner tonight? It's going to come, it's going to go. You're going to remember old conversations, because that's just the nature of being, since we've forgotten. And it's okay.
Yep.
And always be gentle with yourself.
Yep. Beautiful. Yep.
So,
Go.
I came back for a sec.
Okay, go ahead.
So your live, so my friend used to say, read the gurus or whatever. I'm like, why the fuck do you keep saying that or whatever? But now I get it. So your live is called, this is what he used. This is a spiritual psychology or whatever. When you repeat or whatever, like you're ingraining yourself with that. So you can look at your live as spiritual psychology or whatever. And then when she was talking about meditation or whatever, like the mind is meant to be restless. That's his job. Like that's the whole point. As soon as you have a thought or whatever, or thinking or sensation, the mind is that's his job. So you can't turn off the thing that it's supposed to be doing. So the mind is meant to be restless or whatever. And then also what I wanted to say is, okay, so when I wake up or whatever, I just have like, we're just gonna say just like feeling or whatever, but I can't describe it, but it's just this feeling like, there's no words or whatever. So right now, everybody on the live, you can do this thing that I used to do a long time ago or whatever, but it's called looking without seeing. And so if you just sit there or whatever and just look, don't try to see nothing. Just look. I promise you, well, I'm not going to say promise, but I am going to say it. I promise you something will come over you, or you will experience something that you may never have experienced before. Just look without seeing. I'm not going to tell you what that means, but just try to do it. Look without seeing or whatever. Basically, it just means don't give nothing the description. Just look to look. So we never do that. We look with seeing or whatever. Oh, that's a bottle. That's a cup. That's an apple. That's a lime or whatever. But look without seeing or whatever. And DM me what experience you experienced. But but I promise you something will happen or whatever, and you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, or whatever. And just keep doing that. You're gonna be amazed about something that you never knew was right in front of your face or whatever. But just look without seeing and see what happens. But yeah, that's all.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So here's the thing. With the meditation, is your desire to find your Christ? And what does that mean? To understand how manifestations come into your experience. So if your desire is to find your Christ, which means you're going to decide what it is you want and not do anything to make it happen, I'm going to say during the meditation, you need to have focused thought. So yeah, like Miss Kitty said, you're going to have thoughts that's going to come up, but you're going to decide what you're going to focus on during the meditation. You're going to decide what you're going to give your focused thought to. Even if what I'm going to cook, where I got to go, what conversation I had, even if those come into your mind, you refocus it to the thing you want to be thinking. Remember, you're the operant power. And you want to discover your Christ, which is the power and the wisdom of God. So you're just going to tell yourself what it is you want to experience. And you're going to put your focus there for as long as, whether it's 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, you decide. 30 seconds. 30 seconds of focus on what it is you would like to experience. For 21 days, that's what you're going to do. Focus. And then after the 21 days, you're dropping it. You're not thinking about it. Who knows? Before the 21 days come up, you may have found your Christ in 5 days, in 10 days, in 14 days. Again, you're doing nothing to make it so. You're just focusing on the fact that it's already so. Yeah, but I'm saying to discover your power. That's what I mean. Some people don't know their own power, which is why a lot of people go seeking after others. They want to pay a coach. They want someone to tell them what they need to do in order to get what they want. When that's not the job of you. It's the Christ's job to make it so, not you. You don't make anything so. What I mean by that, your logical mind. Your logical mind doesn't make things so. Your Christ, the I am, the power that you are, makes it so, which means because it's two yous. There are two natures in you. The logical, intellectual version, and then the spiritual. The 5 senses, and then the spiritual. The spiritual is the Christ, is the power, is the I am, is the wisdom. See, the logical mind would say, well, I need to go do this, and I need to go do it this way, and I need to meet this person, and I need to network, and I need to do this, and I need to do it. I was going to talk about all the doing, kind of like Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. When Isaac was about to bestow the blessing on the firstborn, the secondborn was told by his mother, no, you getting that blessing. And so the firstborn being Esau represents the 5 senses, the outer man. The one is all busy about doing, working in the field, right? Jacob, the supplanter, that's what his name literally means, the supplanter. He was going to supplant his brother and get the blessing. He was a smooth-skinned lad. He represents the spirit. It's showing you that the outer never gets the blessing, the spirit does. The one who decides that they can have it gets it. And so Rebecca, being the mother, told Jacob, this is how you get the blessing. Because your father is blind. He can't see. You're going to have to make him believe that you're deserving of it. So you're going to have to feel like you're Esau. You end up put on the belief that that's who you are, right? Again, it's about assuming that you already have it. The Bible's just psychological drama telling you what happens in the mind when you manifest. That's all it's doing. So these things happen naturally. but we learn in story form. So that's why the Bible gives it to us in story form. So when Jacob goes into Esau, which is just your spiritual self, your spiritual side, going within, going into Isaac, which is basically justice or blind, or because he's blinded, right? He can't see anything. He can only smell. He can only use the other four senses. He can't use the sight. This is again, so that's operating from faith, because we walk by faith and not by sight. And so he said, when Jacob comes in with the food that supposedly Esau was going out to get, and he's wearing the fur to make himself feel like he's Esau, and he wanted to make it smell like he was also Esau to convince Isaac that he deserved the blessing. All this is saying is that do you have the conviction that you already have that which you desire? So he says he's talking to Jacob. He said, you sound like Jacob, but come close that I may feel you. He wanted to touch him, and he also tasted the food. So he used what? 2 of the senses. It is telling you to go beyond the physical and use your senses inwardly, which only means to be convicted, convince yourself that it's already done, that there's nothing to do, there's only to be. Like we just heard in the book, right? It's not about doing. It's not about like Esau going out looking for the widow, going and looking for the things, doing all the work. The world is going to do what the world is going to do. You're supposed to go within, Jacob. And you're supposed to supplant Esau, which means you're supposed to be in the position of receiving it. Be in the position to receive the blessing. How? By being still. Be still and know. That's the whole point. That's why we're going to go into the silence. We're going to be still and know that we are already that which we desire to be. We're not trying to become it. We're not figuring out what to do to get it. We're going to be still and know that we are it. Be still and know that you're already it. But what do you want? That's what Christ said. What do you want? And it could be whatever you're saying. I want to know what happiness is. I want to know, experience true joy, true love. Like I want to experience whatever it is that you want to experience. It doesn't matter. There's nothing too big, nothing too small, nothing too out of the way, nothing too, oh, that's selfish. No such thing. There's no such thing. It's whatever that's what we're here to do. If we're here for the experience. We're here to, like Miss Kitty was saying, man, has she known before she became an activist that these people wasn't trying to be saved to begin with? She wouldn't have wasted her time. She would have been living her best life. Like I'm sitting up here trying to give these people something they don't even want. Right. What they say? Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Don't
They'll perish. No, I'm just. But man only perishes by his thoughts.
Like the guy told you about, I was listening to him this morning, Minister Jew. I told you guys I like the way he break down scripture or whatever. And he was saying that he was saying when he first started this, you know, I think he said like in 2017, 2016, he was all about trying to help the world and help the people. And he said, you know what, I gave that up because he said, I'm like the Christ now who says, I'm only here for the ones you sent me. Only my sheep know my voice, and a stranger they will not follow. I'm not here for the world. I can't. The ones you gave me, I've lost none of them. I'm only here for them. I'm not here for nobody else. That's what the Christ said. He said, I ain't gonna for these folks. They don't want to hear anyway.
That's it.
Hearing hearing they do not hear, seeing they cannot see. Like you can't force this to down anyone's throat. If it does not resonate with them, then you're gonna have to just let them be on their own journey.
That's right.
What did the Christ say? If they be filthy, those that be filthy, let them be filthy still. What is that to you? Follow me.
Mind your business.
Mind your business.
Come on.
It's not for everybody's not ready to hear it, and you have to be
That's right.
okay with that.
You have to be okay with that.
He also said he did not come to condemn the world either.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
we don't need to condemn the world. We just need to make sure we're not being like the world.
That's it.
Be not conformed to the world. Let the world do what it's going to do. It's always going to benefit you. The world is here to serve you.
That's right.
It is your servant. As much as they want to say, oh, you're supposed to be serving the world, giving to the... No, you're not. The
No,
world is
you're
serving
not.
you. You're the king. The king gets served. The king
right.
never does the serving. Sorry. I know that Christians don't want to hear that. No. We're here to serve. We're here to be a service. We're here to save the world. We're here to show people. We're here to just give all and just give all and just give us and just give of ourselves and just give of ourselves. No.
No. Misappropriating your gifts.
Casting your pearls to swine.
Casting your pearls to swine.
Giving that which is for the kingdom to the dogs. And that's not calling people dogs. It means that they haven't awakened to the truth. That's all it means.
That's all. That's all. And that's what I saw someone mention the Course in Miracles, and that's what the Course in Miracles stresses. It's not about it. Your thinking, right thinking, will shift your circumstances, but the miracle is changing your mind. That's the miracle. Once your thoughts are changed and aligned, then the world can't help but bend and shape to what you're thinking. So it's about conditioning, getting the mind right. Free your mind.
And the rest will follow.
Right.
Be colorblind. Don't be so shallow. Hey, I wear tight clothes. High heel shoes. That doesn't mean that I'm a prostitute. No. My attitude. Don't even bother. I can't change your mind. You can't change my color. So we have a new guest on the scene. Key, did you mean to come up? Key 1107.
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Oh, that's okay. No problem.
I'm enjoying. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I was vibing to the song.
Oh, okay.
And the rest will follow. Be colorblind.
Yes.
Don't be so shallow.
Yes.
I love it. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So how did I come to this conclusion? Well, first, things find you when you're ready to receive them, right? That's how it happens. Things come into view. But I only know it through what? Application. No matter how much I read, no matter how many videos I listened to, if I did not apply it, it profits me nothing. As James says, you cannot just be a hearer of this. You have to be a doer also. If you're just the hearer, you're deceiving your own selves. Some people are just information junkies. They just keep consuming information and never apply it. And then wonder why there's no transformation and wonder why things aren't different or better for them. Because you just keep seeking and never finding. But that goes against scripture because it tells you when you seek, you find. When you knock, the door is always open. When you ask, it is always given. But here's the thing, most of y'all not asking because you want to know. You asking to be contrarian. And your spirit knows the difference. When it's a genuine, sincere questioning, you always get the answer. I don't care who you are. You always will get the answer. Always. You always get the answer. I don't care how it comes, when it comes, it always comes. Always. And some people just like things that sound good, like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. I remember I used to go to this Law of Attraction meetup. Do y'all remember the meet? I don't even know if they still do those meetups, but it's a meetup app, and you could find different groups that you may, of like-minded people. And so it was this one guy there, and he would say he just enjoyed listening, but he would never apply it. He just liked listening to it. It's like, it's very interesting. I really enjoy what y'all say. But he wasn't there to like prove it. He just thought it was really good conversation. I was like, interesting. Again, it takes all kind of people to make the world go round. That I said, it takes all kinds of people. I was like, oh, okay, well. And he used to show up every week that he would come. He was like, no, I don't practice any of this. I just like listening to it. I said, okay. Oh. And some people, that's how they feel like they can do it. They feel like, whatever reason, whatever excuses they give themselves as to actually not applying it. But that's a condition. That's the conditioning they were given. They were conditioned to believe that they had no power, that they could not do this themselves. You hear that from every angle. People are telling you, you need a coach. You need a teacher. You need a leader. You need to join some group. You need to join a membership. $50, $75, pay that monthly. I'll get you right. You cannot figure this out on your own. And I'm just like, it's not, you wouldn't even necessarily be figured out on your own, because Reverend Dr. Joseph Murphy, Neville Goddard, but they not charging you. And if you just took what they said and applied it, all of the books you've read, the answer's there. It's in you. It's in all those books you've ever read. Now you just have to let me test this. Let me prove it. And I'm not even saying doing their techniques, because you may not resonate with none of those techniques. I'm talking about the transformation of the mind. Because here's the thing, what you're always doing, thinking. You're always thinking. And all of those books by those men that I named, or their videos, they're all telling you how to think. The book, the Bible, is telling you how to think. That's all it's telling you, just telling you how to think. If you want life to be different, then you must think different. Now you can write your thoughts down on paper. You can do subliminals with it. You can put it on a tape recorder or whatever. You can record it on your devices. You can burn sage. You can light candles. You can have crystals. You can do whatever. You can rub your belly, scratch your head, whatever. You can do whatever. But if you do the poster board, the vision board, you can do all of that. But if you have not changed your mind, if you have not thought differently, and then be consistent with that new thought, the law is perfect and it always works. And you always get what you focus on. The problem is, people have divided thoughts. They think wealth and then talk about lack. They think health and then talk about symptoms. They want a relationship, but good women and good men are hard to find. They want to be married, but it's going to be a struggle. I mean, how you telling me you know that it's a man out there for you, but the dating pool is full of piss? Why are you swimming in the pool with piss? Like, what? So basically, you're telling me, you're saying that you believe that he's out there, you just ain't gonna find him. What's the sense of believing the girl, the woman you desire is there for you, but you don't think that you'll ever find them? Okay. See, when I decided that I deserved a good man, it didn't take long for him to appear. It just didn't. A lot of times us getting to that decision, it's a process that we call time. Everybody's process is different. Everybody's length of time is different. But again, time is the construct, but the process for you to get from A to B, or for you to decide what you want and then realize it, there's a process. And it's okay that you want something that you don't quite accept in the moment that you want it. That's okay. You just keep accepting it. All you have to do is don't think against it. Even if you're not even quite ready for the thing that you want, that doesn't matter. That whole thing of you don't get what you want, you get who you are. Bullshit. People get stuff that they want that they're not ready for all the time. People have scarcity mindsets and still win the lottery. I mean, they might not keep it, but if they can realize in the moment of getting it, the thing that they need to do in order to keep it, they will. I had someone tell me that they said that they finally manifested their large sums of money. They had to go to therapy. That's okay, though. At least they realize that I ain't going to lose this money, even though it seems overwhelming to me. It seems like too much for me. It seems bigger than me. I'm going to go and get some help. He focused on the getting of it, and that's okay. There's no condemnation for focusing on the getting of it. You can get whatever you desire. You just got to give your attention to it. Who cares what the world thinks? The world telling you, you're not ready for that. How you going to handle that? You haven't become that. No, they're trying to put limitations on you. They're trying to put their limitations on you so you feel like you have to go to them in order to get the thing you want, that you have to delay. You already are whatever you want to be. You already are it. You're all there is. You have to stop telling yourself that no, I'm not this or I'm not that. No, you're already everything. You're already it. You're not becoming anything. You already are it. I'm just doing some cleanup on YouTube. You know, you're going to get a few people that come in, start talking about Satan, devils, and demons on mine. Just be like, whoo. Satan is just your adversarial thoughts. That's who Satan is. Those thoughts that are that oppose your desire. What thoughts oppose your desire? Worry, negativity, doubt, complaining, competing, comparing. Although you can get a lot of things with the competition and comparison mindset, right? That really doesn't keep you from getting your desire, right? A lot of people compete and compare and still get what they want, right? You can get things through struggle. We know that. We see that every day. People grind it out. They struggle through life. They sacrifice a lot of things. So we can't say, oh, you won't get things by competing and comparing. Yes, you will. You won't get things through struggle and sacrifice. Yes, you can. Is it necessary? No. But you can go that way because you think that's the way. So then that'll be the way for you. It's done unto you as you believe. So if you think the only way you can get your desires is that you have to compete and compare, you have to sacrifice and struggle, then, you know, like people try to tell you, you know, a lot of times the thing you want, you're going to get the opposite. Since I've been on this manifestation, intentionally manifesting, I have never gotten the opposite of the thing I focused on that I believed I could have. No. You know, making you think that before you become wealthy, you're going to have to lose everything. What? Have you not suffered enough? Why do you have to go through hell to get to heaven? You already been living in hell. Why are you going to continue to live in hell? You were living in hell before you understood how to work this magic, how to work your mind. And so now you're telling me you're going to continue to go through hell? You got to let go of the belief that you have to struggle. But again, if you like this, people like struggle. Some people like drama. They like, man, if me and my mate not fussing and fighting, I don't feel alive. You know, some people like to break up to make up. That's all we do. First you love me, then you hate me. That's a game for fools. But some people love it. They love that, you know. We be fussing and fighting like it's over. Like, ain't that what Mary J. Blige, that hood love? That's what we call that hood love.
And I just love it when we make up. We had a best sex. John, please.
But hey, you love it. I like. Hey, ain't none of my business. Is that how you want to live your life with drama? You know, hey. Some people, you know, some people don't like romantic comedies. They like drama. They like thrillers. The Thriller in Manila.
The best part about breaking up is making up. But hey, it's your story. That's what we have to realize. We have to stop letting other people tell us what our role to success is. Because people got all kinds, just like they say, assholes, opinions, everybody got one. But it doesn't matter what other people think. It only matters what you think. It doesn't matter if somebody say, well, that's not how it goes. That's not what you do. It doesn't require that. You get to write the story. There are no rules to your success. You make the rules. So what are you writing in your story? Remember, this is your story. How do you want it to go? Tell the story that you want it to be. Man, it's the best. It was the best and most exciting, like SpongeBob. The best day ever. What would be the best day ever for you? And when I say write it, I mean mentally think about it. Yes, you can physically write it down, but when I'm saying write it, I'm not saying go get pen and paper. If that's what you need to do, then go do it. But when I say write it, I mean mentally rehearse it. That's what I mean when I say write. When the Bible's telling you to write the vision, make it plain in Habakkuk, or however you say that, Habakkuk, however you say it, Habakkuk 2 and 2, it's telling you to mentally rehearse it. That when they read it, who's the they reading it? You. When you read it, you run towards it naturally. You cannot not run to it. Though it seems to tarry, wait for it, for it shall surely come. What? And never be late. So you're mentally rehearsing it, which is what you're talking about. It's those inner conversations that Neville Goddard tells us about, the inner conversations, what you say within yourself. Because a lot of times you be saying stuff to other people and you honor with lips, but heart far from it. Like you know you don't even buy what you're saying. Because the moment you say it,
10 seconds later, you're gonna be saying something different. Pay attention to what you talk about. If you're really believing in wealth, pay attention to how when you go with your family, when you go to work, when you're in the grocery store, when you're shopping online, what are you really thinking about the money you're spending? Because that's really telling you what your true belief is. Out of the heart, the mouth speaks. It's those impromptu conversations that you have when no one else is around, or when you're just talking to your girlfriend and they get to complaining about the money. Do you join in and complain with them? Do you get complaining about inflation and scarcity and not having enough and worrying about how you're going to play this and how you're going to pay that and how you're going to do this? And, you know, and if you notice that you're complaining and worrying and giving your attention to the very thing you don't want to happen, no condemnation, so you don't have to feel shame or guilt. You don't have to feel regret or remorse. Just change it. Even if you've already had the conversation, you riding on home and you're like, damn, I sure joined that conversation. We was talking about men and talking about how they wasn't nothing and how they ain't good for nothing. They all gonna cheat and they don't know how to be faithful. And I'm saying I want to be married. And I'm saying that, you know, I want my husband to be the exception to the rule, even though I think all men cheat. But somehow me thinking all men cheat is going to stop my man from, it's going to create my man to be, you know, faithful. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you notice that you joined in that conversation on your way home, you can, in that moment, change the conversation. You can say, well, actually, I said, I didn't say anything. I just let them have it. I was like, in my mind, not me. I don't agree with that. There are good men out there. There are good men that are faithful, that are supportive, that are kind and gentle and giving and generous. And that's the type of man I'm inviting into my life. I don't even agree with all that, what they be talking about, because that simply isn't true. We don't even know all men. We only know the men that we've ever dated. And that's a handful of all the men in the world. So how can I generalize and say all men cheated? It's just the men I picked that cheated. Oh, it's the men I picked that cheated. Because did they force you to be in a relationship with them, or did you choose them? Right? So then, change the conversation. Because remember, there's no past, there's no future, it's only now. So if you recognize that you had a conversation did not align with your new ideal, you just rewrite the story. This is my story. Hey, I'm from that Chi-Town dirt. I went from being broke from sleeping in Versace shirts. I know we don't rock with R. Kelly. I get it, but you know, I'm from Chicago. But you know, I'm just saying this to say that everything is in the power of your own mind and the power of your own thought. You get to dictate reality. The world is literally at your command. It's at your command. It comes to serve you, and whatever you call forth, it will make it happen for you. Right? If it takes 1,000 people to bring your desire to pass, if it takes the whole country shutting down in order for you to experience getting paid, because my daughter knew nothing about, unemployment. She's like, I just want to get paid not to work. A few months later, the whole world shuts down and she's making more money in unemployment than she was working for 2 years. Prior to that, people was like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You can't get paid not to work. How you gonna get paid not to work? The whole world shut down so she can experience being paid not to work. Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
I just wanted to say, in the field of our thoughts, also, we have to, I know that I've learned that you have to pay attention to what you're remembering. You don't want to rehearse your old pain and the things that were said to you, depending on where you came from and how you were loved in your life by your family. You don't want to remember the toxicities that you experienced. And it's not, you just want to jump into the field of positive thoughts. And let's face it, a lot of us have come from traumatic backgrounds or have experienced trauma. And again, it takes work. It takes consistency. You have to pay attention. You have to mind your mind and let all of that go. Trust that it's okay. Because again, like Abraham Hicks said, stick your head in the sand. Dare to walk away from those experiences in your mind and just begin practicing thinking, even if you don't believe it at first. You still just want to practice thinking that I am God, that I come from stardust. I am made in the well, the Bible scriptures better than I do, but I'm walking in spirit. I move, live, and have my being in spirit, in the greatest and the vastest, most loving and charitable, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent presence that there is. I am the shit. You got to remember that.
Yep.
And you got to keep telling yourself that. Those are the types of things you want to fall asleep with. Those are the kind of thoughts you want to awaken with. And it's work. It doesn't have to be hard work. It just has to be consistent work. And you just have to be conscious and aware of the things, because it's like you were saying, it's in those quiet moments when you're washing the dishes, when you're driving down the street by yourself, especially, when you're putting on your clothes, getting ready for work.
Yeah.
You gotta, you have to pay attention, because you get lost. We've talked about this before. You get lost in your thoughts, and you look up, 2-3 hours have passed, 2-3 weeks have passed, 2-3 months have passed, 2-3 years have passed, and you've isolated yourself to thoughts that aren't productive for your life, to thoughts that can only yield what you've been putting in. So you think that you're having natural thoughts because you're following the way of the world. You're looking at the way that your peers are behaving, the things that your parents have taught you, telling you, the things that the institutions of society is telling you. And your mind is your playing field, is your domain. Nobody else has privy to your thoughts. No matter where you are or what you're going through, in the midst of the terror, you still remember who you are. And all of that bullshit will pass away. It can't help but pass away. But you have to maintain. You have to practice. And like you were saying, when you forget, when you remember, you celebrate that and remember that you remembered.
That's it. Yep. You are the offering power. You get to decide what you go. You got to be the watchman at the gate. Guard thy heart with all diligence, for out of it flows the issues of life. Life is a meditation.
That's right.
You're meditating, like you just said, whether you're driving to work, you're doing dishes, because meditation is a communion. You're communing with yourself constantly.
In the shower.
Woo. All the time. I mean, you're going in the shower, decide what you're going to think about.
Right.
Be intentional. You ain't doing nothing but it's just you. You driving, turn the radio off unless you're going to listen to some feel-good music, right? Unless you're going to decide what type of music, what type of songs you want to sing and give your attention to and be one with, because that's all meditation is, being one with self. Because I talk to myself because there is no one to talk to. People ask me why I do what I do. Thank you, Christopher Williams. Ain't nobody else to talk to, so you talk to yourself. Ain't nobody else in the car. Ain't nobody in the shower with you. Unless there is someone in the shower with you, but you know what I mean, Who washing the dishes with you? Right. Even then, you can still be in your own mind.
Yeah. And be kind to yourself. Love yourself. You know, what if you treated yourself like you treated your best friend? You know, all the grace that you give them.
You should be treating
Your
yourself like
friends.
you're your own best friend.
That's right.
You really are your own best friend.
You are your own best friend. Ain't nobody got you like you got you. And don't nobody care about you like you care about yourself.
Man.
It's what you say? It's all about you. It's you. It's just you, baby. It's just you.
Man, you know, like I said, everyone is waking up to this truth, but it is people's revelation of this truth is still not on the same plane. Everybody not on the same playing field, right? Because everyone is trying to tell you what you should be doing when only you can tell you what you should be doing. Because I really, you know, I can say this is how you should meditate, but at the end of the day, you have to do what works for you, right? I just give suggestions. I'm just giving suggestions, recommendations, but there is no to-do list. There is no shoulds, right? We were listening to the book that Miss Kitty recommended, Lost in Space. There is no should, there is no must, there is no you got to do it this way. No, do what works for you. You've been manifesting your whole life. You just didn't know it, but now you do. You did it with ease, effortlessness. You had no idea that your thoughts were things, but now you know your thoughts are things. Hello, Mr. Him. How are you? Mr. Him is here, y'all. Yes.
How we doing?
Great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm gonna interject two things that you were talking about earlier. You know, coming from the word itself. What's that? John 10:10, and then Deuteronomy 8:18. Well, Jesus came to say, you know, I came for you to have life and to have it more abundantly. And then God said, well, you know, I'm going to back that up because I'm going to give you the power to get it. So what's your problem is? That's all I got to say. I'm out.
What your problem is? Christians swear Jesus don't want you to be rich though. They swear that you gotta suffer for suffering's sake. You gotta be persecuted in the name of Jesus. That it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom. It's hard. Did it say that it's impossible? Did it say that it couldn't happen? But of course, it's not talking about material wealth. It's talking about spiritual wealth, spiritual richness. People that are spiritually rich think they know everything, where they think that God is out there instead of God is here. They operate from the letter of the law and they quench the spirit. Quenching the spirit. Having the form of godliness and denying the power thereof.
That's it.
Because I don't understand if it says that the blessings of the Lord makes you rich, not that you have to figure out how to get rich. It automatically makes you rich. What's the problem? They be like, what apostles were rich? Jesus, he didn't even have a place to lay his head. That was by choice. The earth is the Lord's in the fullness thereof. You mean tell me Jesus was poor? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You tell me God was poor? Come on now. Shame on you. Shame on you for trying to convince us that Jesus was poor. He had a whole doggone treasurer. What do you need a treasurer for if he poor? What they got money? What they need a treasurer? Wasn't Judas the treasurer? You don't need a treasurer if you ain't got no money. People that is poor don't have treasuries. Sorry. Oh.
That's real talk. You know what? And speaking on the spirit, you know, just like you said, Jesus could have Jesus could have walked around here balling. You know what I'm saying? Because he could. I mean, hey, everything's mine anyway. But yet still, he took on. I would say somewhat take on the mindset of a billionaire. When you got billions of dollars, you're not really too much worried about too much of nothing. And at that same aspect, all you really doing is looking around to see who else you can help. Because I'm good.
Yeah.
So what can I do for you?
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, not saying he walked around saying I got $1 billion, but it's just the idea that, you know, when you know, hey, you just know, and you ain't got nothing to worry about. So you flow with that know, and it just happens.
Yeah, you can be generous, right? Because you know that's not, that there's an infinite flow. It's an infinite flow, right? That what goes out comes back. It's a circulation.
It does.
Right? That's what Reverend Ike used to be like, don't say that you're spending money.
Hey man, I ain't on the same page. I'll be listening to myself. But also, you know, it was a time when Rockefeller, and, you know, it's a universal law actually.
Mm-hmm.
When Rockefeller went around and he would give people a dime. So people didn't recognize the law. They would say, look at him. He acting out like he all that and everything. But no. 10 cents. He was going to get $1 back. Because whatever you give back 10 times. So just the concept. That's all. Just a little thought.
Yep. Because here's the thing, you don't give out of lack. You give out of abundance. Some people give in fear that they'll never get it back. And guess what? The thing I greatly feared has come upon me. So give in faith, nothing wavering. Right? Give in faith, nothing wavering, no doubting. Let's do it in faith. Let's trust the process. Because what you give comes back to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. Shall who give unto your bosoms? Should God give unto? Should men give unto your bosoms? Yeah. Everything should be given freely, not begrudgingly, not out of coercion, manipulation, and condemnation. Be a cheerful giver. Because who you giving to anyway? Are you giving to something other than you, seeing that you're all there is? You're not really giving to another. You're really giving to God. Because all is God. That's why you don't need to send money to a ministry. You can give however, you know, again, I know we're talking materially, but money is mind. It's not the physical representation called the dollar bill. That's not money. That's a symbol of wealth. Wealth is your mind. That's your money. The coin of heaven is your thoughts. Your thoughts are what creates wealth. Not the job you choose, not your career. No. Your thought created that job. Your thought created that career. And the money that's funneling into your experience is based on your concept of yourself. Because you know your value is not in a dollar bill. Your value is not in a bank account. Your value far exceeds any material possessions. Because then you have to ask yourself, what are you without money? What are you without a bank account and an investment portfolio? Some people don't know who their identity is outside of their bank account. Who am I? Well, I'm God. Does God need money? Need money? God doesn't need money. Does God use money? Of course, it's a tool. God uses everything on this plane to express itself. Because God desired form and became everything. Consciousness desired form. And whatever God desires to be, it will be. He says, let it be, and then it was. That's the mindset we're supposed to carry, right? Oh, if I just say it, then it has to be it. Oh, all I have to say, let there be, and it has to. The thing with the human side of yourself, you gotta put that in check. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. You gotta put that human side, that intellectual side, that part, the part of you that wants to, you said it and now you're gonna say something. No, you can't do that. Understand, it's two U's in operation. The lower must what? Serve the higher. The lower must serve the higher. The five senses serve you. They don't lead and direct you. When you are led by the physical, what does it say? Then you're not the son. Because only those that are led by the Spirit of God, for they are the sons of God, which means what? They are the ones that know who they are. Because we are all sons of God, but everybody don't know it. Some people still asleep. So those who know that they're the sons of God, they're led by the Spirit, which means what? They ain't led by the five senses. They don't walk by sight. They walk by faith.
Oh, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
They was giving out that jungle juice and everything. I would tell people about that, right? I would say, man, ain't no way, man. I'm gonna ride with God. Then they'll come back. Well, that's why God gave you five senses. I say, yeah, and He also gave you a mind. I'm out.
Do you realize the world don't want you to think? That's why you're told in the word, in the Bible, to be not conformed to this world. They want you to be mindless. They just want you to be emotional about every damn thing. Feelings. The whole setup of the church is leaning into your emotional state. From the music to the drums, to the charismatic preaching, to the monotone preaching. Yes, our Father. Yes, we love Him, don't we? Yes, because you're going to go like this. And you ain't be thinking. So either they trying to put your ass to sleep or put you on a mile high.
Wait. And
that's the charismatic. That's the charismatic. But then you got the orthodoxy. They all about putting your ass to sleep. Because your ass gonna fall asleep. In them Catholic churches, them Orthodox churches, they ain't got no kind of, they so monotone, they right here. They right here. And half them people being there, first of all, they was talking to me in Latin. So they didn't even understand what the hell they were saying. And they just sleeping. Service over. Oh, okay. Right, so you got the Methodist church, they like that too. So either they trying to lull your ass to sleep, because again, if you sleep, you ain't thinking. You have no idea what they're programming your subconscious mind. You wide open. You wide. Eyes wide shut. You wide open to receive anything they giving you, anything they trying to impress upon you. They have hypnotized your ass for auto-suggestion. They just giving you all kind of suggestions, and your ass just is so unaware. You just laid out. Or you're on an emotional high. And again, you're not thinking. You dancing, shouting, and, oh, yeah, thank you, Jesus. Holy roller, you just laid out sweating all over the place, spitting everything. What you want to say, Mr. Him? You want to say something?
No, I was laughing. I was I had a vision. I saw that, because it made me think back. I went to this church, and I got in there, and then the pastor got out there. He said a few words, and then he said, "Okay, now we're gonna all start speaking in tongues." And I'm thinking, what? I thought that was something that, that came about spiritually. Like, I don't know, but I don't think you just come up and just start rolling with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, he said, okay, let's go. And man, people was going on, and the only thing I could say was Scooby-Doo. I don't know. But anyway, that's all. I just thought about that.
Scooby-Doo. Yes, it's free to think. It's free to think, but it's going to cost you not to. It's a high price to pay not to think. When you allow someone else to think for you, they're going to charge you up the nose on that big old schnauzer, as they would say. They're going to charge you to think for you. And you gladly pay them. Yes, please think for me. Tell me what I need to do. Please tell me what to do. Please tell me, here, take my money and please tell me what I need to be doing. Because I don't want to think. Thinking is too hard. It hurts my head to think. I'm so tired of thinking. I don't want to think anymore. Can you tell me? Can you please? Yeah, send me $1,000 and I'll gladly tell you what to do. 10,000, 5,000. I will think for you. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But a lot of times they're not thinking for you. They're just telling you, they're going to give you a procedure, a process that you have to follow. And guess who ends up doing the work? You still end up doing the work. You basically just paid for a process that you already had.
God just told me there's 3 people in this room right now, and he told me that you got $10,000 blessing coming your way. Just step right on. There's 3 of you in here right now. Come on. God just told me to tell you, just put it on my heart. He told me you're the ones that's going to be bringing me that money. You're going to get a mighty blessing. Come.
I feel it. They be like, I feel it. I feel God talking to me. That's me. I feel it.
Oh man.
And people love to feel good. They're like, God is talking to me through the pastor. I'm special because God.
I was there. I'm giving $400, $500, $600. My mama asked me one day, baby, you giving that much money? I said, Mama, it's gonna come back. Not knowing I was creating all that comeback. I said, well, rolling in.
It was rolling in.
Pastor even told me. He's a brother. Keep looking at it. I appreciate all the money you give. He said, but I like to see you a lot more often. I said, Pastor, I ain't got time. I got to keep rolling.
Wow. He was like, I need 4, 5, 6 more thousand about you. Well, at least you got it back.
Yeah,
because that don't be everybody's testimony.
Yeah, I mean, see, one thing like you just said, I believed in it.
Mm-hmm.
I actually believed in it.
Yeah.
And so I'm a hook, line, and sinker. You know what I'm saying? So I just roll with it. Now, I'm going to tell you, it can work in a negative way, even though regardless of how you feeling, right? We did a job, right? And after we got through the job, I told the guys, because it was for the church and the pastor again, I said, look at y'all, let's just go and give 10% back to the church. You know what I'm saying? So everybody said, okay, everybody pitched in. You know, they don't pay, they pitched in. Man, do you know for 2 weeks we didn't have no more work? They say, boy, look, somebody around here wasn't believing right, or we gave it to the wrong one.
No, we gave it to the wrong one.
Because you know they be talking about good soil and bad soil. Use my fridge. I said, that stuff was dirty, real dirty, bro. I'm telling
you. See, maybe it will, maybe it won't work, huh?
Hey, look, most of my guys, they be looking at me, because I be talking that spiritual stuff, you know what I'm saying? Believing in yourself, and, you be one to change whatever's going to happen in your life. I'm that guy, talking to them. So they kind of look to me, for that. So they know wherever I go to him, I know what he's finna say. Oh yeah, you know I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what it is. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is what you need to do. So, but anyway, yeah, they were like, man, you know what? I don't think we should have gave to that church right there. I was like, man, I'm just saying, it was just a trip, and it was just a trip. It was a trip. But yeah. But it's all about the faith. It's all about the faith and what you believe in, and that's what you're gonna have. You know. So,
yeah. Then you realize you don't have to give money in order to get money, because you are money.
You really don't. You really don't. But
you don't. I'm a living witness.
No, you don't. I mean, if you want to, you can, but you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Because what's gonna be yours, regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Right. All you have to do is speak.
Yeah.
Speak it and it shall be, but you have to really speak. Like, you can't and then go try to figure out where the money gonna come from, how you gonna get it. And no, you go your way in peace. Speak what you want and then forget about it. It's just like you have to look at, that's why Jesus always compared it to sowing seeds, because he know that when you drop the seed in the earth, you don't make that seed grow.
That's right.
It has its own the manifestations in the seed. Once it's in the earth, it's going to do what it's supposed to do. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you just sow your seed and then go your way in peace, who puts seed in the ground and then go get the hoe and try to dig it up and see if it's actually growing? No one does that. No one does that with seeds that they put in the earth. Well, the earth is your heart, right? Earth and heart are the same word. What do they call it? Anagrams? Is that what they call them? You take a word and can change it around, and earth, heart and earth are the same thing. So the seed that you're planting in your heart, which is your subconscious mind, not your feelings, your subconscious mind, which is the creator, the womb of creation, always produces things after. So if you sow a seed of wealth and you are convinced that you are meant to be wealthy, it will spring up. And it ain't gonna be no one-hit wonder. People want to be one-hit wonders, right? Oh, I manifested 10,000. You want to manifest wealth, or you want to manifest $10,000? It's cool to just get a $10,000, but hopefully you're using that $10,000 that you don't think that's it. Like, now you're trying to get another 10,000. You're always trying to get it. You don't want to be in a perpetual state of always trying to get. You want to be in a perpetual state of always having. No one-hit wonders over here. You want the windfall of blessings that you don't have room enough to receive, that is always there when you need it. It's always on time. It's always available. Whenever you want to be or do something, it's always there. So, get in the mindset of wealth, and you'll never be broke, ever. You'll never be broke when you actualize the mindset of wealth. And again, it's as simple as dropping the seed, which is telling yourself, I'm wealthy, and don't dig it up. How do you dig it up? Doubting how it's going to come, or if it's going to come, or when it's going to come. That's how you dig up the seed, when you add doubt to the story. And so your doubt shows up as double-mindedness, worry, complaining. That's you digging up the seed. No, to go your way in peace means not to doubt, not to worry, not to complain, not to try to, that's going in peace. When you go in peace, your mind is at rest. You're experiencing the Sabbath day of rest, which means what? You're free from all your work. The work was planting the seed. You've done it. That's all you can do. You can't do anything else. Now the seed must what? Die. It must germinate. But you don't have anything to do with that. That happens naturally, effortlessly, without your help. It doesn't need your help. It doesn't need you to do anything. You did all that you could do. You planted it. You spoke it. You said it. That's it. That's all you needed to do. Nothing else. Because you have to know your seed is going to, you're the conscious mind passing it off to the subconscious mind. It's like when they talk about the Song of Solomon, I like how Neville Goddard would say, Song of Solomon was about you entering the state, going into your lover. And so when you go into your lover, you usually go to your lover to consummate that marriage is usually at night, right? You're going into your lover, and now you're going to consummate that state of oneness. Oneness, being one with your wife, one with your husband, right? That a man may leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. So you're leaving the state of mind that's trying to figure it out, and you're going to the subconscious mind who knows all, who has all the answers. It has ways you have. It's past finding out. The way your lover can love on you, oh, it's going to blow your mind. It's going to do things you never even thought was possible to manifest your desire. Go into your lover knowing he got you. It's gonna bring forth whatever you're asking for. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not questioning you. It's gonna do whatever you want it to do. You know it's gonna do. Sometimes it's gonna do more than you ever thought was possible. It's gonna now unto the lover, now unto him, now unto the subconscious mind that is able to do exceedingly, abundantly, above all that you could ever ask or think, according to the power that works where? In you. Oh, it's in you. That power is in you. It's not outside of you. It's within you. You got this. You got this. Just remain faithful to it. Trust the process. Trusting the process is not trying to figure out, not worrying, not complaining, just trusting. Just giving it over to the subconscious mind, just letting it go. That's how you give it up. You're letting it. When people say, well, how do you let go? You let go by just doing things that would naturally come to mind, that is not, that you're not trying to figure out the how, right? All right. So when we say detach or let go, it means you're detaching from the old state. The old state is the state that's telling you it doesn't belong to you. It's not yours. You're not the one. That's the state you're letting go of. That's the state you're detaching from. You're not detaching from the desire. You're one with it. You are the desire. How could you detach from the thing that you are? No, you're detaching from the thing that you're not. You're dying to that state. The state that you were before you asked for this. You're no longer that because you're this. So you're one with this. You're detached from that. You have to think of it as like when you have keys in your hand, are you looking for the keys? Are you even thinking about where the keys are? No, you know you have them. And you don't got to think about it too much. Oh, I know, or even if wherever the keys are. Oh, I know the keys are in my purse. You don't keep thinking about, are the keys in my purse? And the keys are, I'm sure the keys are in my keys in my purse. My keys in my purse. No, your mind is at rest because you know that's where the keys are. So you don't have to keep meditating on, I know the keys are in my purse. The keys are in my purse. Yo, the keys are in my purse. Yeah, my car's in the driveway. The car's in the driveway. The car's in the driveway. No, the car's in the driveway. No, you don't meditate on, you know that the car is in the driveway. And because you know it's safe, sound is there, you go with ease. You go with peace. You're not worrying about it. You're not thinking about it. You're not concerned about it. That's going your way in peace. People just say some of the craziest things. What they use 8 different social security numbers on their tax returns. Like who cares? But whatever. All right, I'm get ready to close the live. I want to thank everyone for joining us. You know, we decided that we're going to do this 21-day going into the silence meditation. And you can do whatever you want to do during your meditation, right? You can just watch your thoughts. You can focus your thoughts. You can, however you know, sometimes some people may have to figure out what works for them, maybe especially if you've never tried it, right? Some people like guided meditation. Some people, you know, because I know I tried different things until I figured out, what I'm supposed to be doing. I listened to other people tell me, and then I had to figure out for myself, oh no, this is what works for me, right? And a lot of times you don't know what works for you until you test different things, right? Until you experiment. And then you figure, I resonate with this. It doesn't feel like work. It doesn't feel like a chore. It's easy for me. I do this with ease, with joy. It's you know, like I'm not trying to work at it or make it a chore, right? There should be no forcing. It should be effortless. Your effortlessness. Your time of meditation should be a surrender, right? It's about relaxing your body, relaxing your mind, not freeing your mind of worry and stress and strain and, you know, and work. Freeing, being in that relaxed state, you know, freeing your body, getting your body relaxed, getting your mind relaxed, being in a peaceful, easy state. That's what meditation should be. Should not be forcing. It won't be forcing. And I think that's why a lot of people, when people say that they experience the opposite of what they want, I think Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy called it, it's called reverse something. I can't remember what they called it. I think it's in Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. Because they said they discovered, you know, the science, the psychology. The psychologists discovered that there is a such thing of getting the opposite. I forgot what they call it, reverse, but that's what that only happens when you're trying to force, when you're trying to strain and struggle, you end up getting the opposite of what you want. But when you're at ease, and again, I haven't experienced that, so I don't know that to be true. I'm just telling you, I've heard other people say that's what happens. And Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph mentioned it. And they said that the reason for this is because you're trying to force it. You're not relaxed. You're not at ease. You're straining. You're struggling against yourself. As opposed, you're not surrendering. It's a push-pull. It's a force going on. You're stressing. You're kind of worrying. That's not meditation. I mean, well, it is meditation. It's just struggle meditation. So you're going to get what you believe. You're going to get, right? Every seed that you sow produces after its kind. So if you're trying to force things when you should be relaxing, then the manifestation always produces after its kind. So that's a lot of times why you get the opposite, because now you're going to have to struggle for it, because that's what you were creating, struggle. You were creating struggle, and so you produced struggle. Yeah. So make it fun. Like it should be fun. Like we shouldn't be like, this is ain't no life or death situation. Ain't no, oh my goodness, that this doesn't handle. We don't have those, none of that. This should be it, with ease, with relaxation, be in the present moment. Be relaxed. If you must take breaths, take deep breaths, exhalations, right? Slow, whatever needs to get you to relax. Do whatever you need to do, relax. If you need to listen to classical music or different type of 432 hertz or whatever it is, whatever you need to listen to, instrumental music, jazz, whatever it is going to help you be in a relaxed state and you're just at ease and you're calm, and then you're going to decide what you're going to do with your mind. It's your mind, and you get to decide what you're going to do with it. Everything that we said here is just recommendations. There is no should, must to. You got to do it this way. If you don't do it this way, you're doing it the wrong way. Remember, you're the operant power. You're the lawmaker of your reality. I can't tell you what's right or wrong for you. I can only suggest what I've experienced, what works for me. Again, you have to figure out what works for you. Maybe what I'm saying does work for you. Maybe it does resonate. What Miss Kitty said, maybe that resonates. What Soul Evelyn said, what that resonates. Maybe you heard Dr. Joseph Spencer. Maybe you heard Neville Goddard. Maybe you heard, it's so much information out there. I would say trust your own voice, your own mind, your own, get to know the God within you and go with that. Again, these are just suggestions, but we know what works because we've tried it. We know because these things, but you have to know for you now, right? It's about getting to know this for you. And we know that if you want to experience something differently, you have to think differently. That's law. Because it's what you think about you is what you will experience. As you think, so are you. Your thoughts are literally things. Your word is the creator. In the beginning was the word was with God, and then the word what? Was God. Your word, you and your word are one. For I and my Father are one. They're not two, they're one. It's only one power. And you get to decide how you're going to use that power, because you're the operant power. You're operating the power. You're giving it directions. You're giving it instructions. And all it's doing is following your instructions. So you want to be clear about your instructions. You want to give clarity to your instructions, right? You want to say, you don't want to give confusing instructions, which is being double-minded. If you're saying ease, wealth, prosperity, success, that should be your thoughts for 21 days. It should only be health, wealth, prosperity, success, abundance, exponential increase. That's all you should be focused on. If it's marriage to someone that's loving, supportive, amazing, considerate, giving, generous, compassionate, whatever the good things you want in a marriage, that's what you're going to focus on. You want children, you want health. I don't know what you want. You want a bigger house, you want a nice car, you want to you want to finish school, you want to get more degrees, whatever it is. That should be your focus for 21 days. It could just be, I just want to know what pure happiness is, what pure joy is. I want to understand what love. It does not matter. Financial independence, financial increase, financial, right? Because actually there's nothing wrong with debt. You just want the ability to. But debt free, that's what you want. Yeah. I like to say financial stability. But the financial stuff, like you want money to flow into your experience effortlessly and regularly.
I like that.
So, so we're going to start this Saturday, and we're going, so whenever I come on live, I can remind everyone and those who all want to participate, and we're going to do for 21 days, and so if you've never meditated before, work your way up, right? Because if you've never sat still for a minute, boy, a minute go sometimes a minute feel like forever. If you've never done it before, if you've never stilled your body and focused your mind, You know, if you've never done it, at least try to work yourself up to at least 5 to 10 minutes within that 21-day period. We haven't decided a time, because the time, if we, like I said, if we did whatever time we decide is whatever your time is in your time zone, because we're in all different time zones. I know some people are on the East Coast, some people are on the West Coast, and Mountain Time, Pacific Time. I'm Central. But if we say we're going to do it every day at 3 o'clock, is whatever 3 o'clock is for you, right? Whatever you're, you know, because 3 o'clock for me may be 1 o'clock for somebody else, but no, do it at 3 o'clock for you. Oh, you're in London, see? In London, it's usually what, 8 hours, 9 hours? Are you like 8 or 9 hours ahead of Central Standard Time? $5 hours. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, that's not bad. 5 hour difference. Okay. I thought it was a bigger difference, time difference. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's more than, well, you're about 6 hours for me. You're a 6 hour time difference for me. 6 hours. So yeah. All right. So mark your calendar. Saturday, we're going to do our 21-day meditation. I don't even know what to call it. We got to think of a name to call it, I guess. For the 20-day meditation. What's the 21-day meditation? That's what we call it. 21-day meditation.
Manifestation meditation.
Okay, manifestation time period or something like that. Okay, yeah, we'll come up with that. 21 days. Somebody said 21 days to freedom. Well, you're already free. You're already free. 21 days into the silence. Hey, 21 days into the silence. Oh, hey, A-Town, but I'm getting ready to leave, sir. I know you just came. I've been on here for a minute, sir. I appreciate you. Hello, Angel, baby. Did you have something you want to say before I close? I don't even know if they meant to come up here. I don't think they meant to come up here. Oh, you've been listening? Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. All right, I'm looking so excited for this. I'm looking, it's all about self-mastery, mastery of this mind, right? Getting this monkey mind and allowing it to train it, right? It's training your dragon, right? It's riding your donkey into Jerusalem. Go get me an ass that has never been ridden, said the Christ. Go bring it here. Right? You about to ride something that maybe you thought wasn't tameable, that wasn't rideable, that you thought was impossible for you to obtain. No, you about to set your sights. You about to enlarge your territory. You're about to expand your consciousness. You're about to dig your ditches to be able to hold the capacity for the blessings that are about to rain down on you. Yes, I love that. 21 days to master my manifestations. Woo! Oh, those are amazing. They're beautiful. Everyone comes some great titles. Okay. So we'll definitely know by Friday which title we want to go to, what we want to call it. Looking forward to it. So we can all start on Saturday. We'll decide what times benefits everyone, especially, and again, whatever time we pick is whatever that is in your time zone. Whatever that, whether we pick, whatever symbolic number we want to use, where 8 for infinity, or 9 for consciousness, right? Whatever we want to use that we all can, so think about it, and we'll decide as a collective, as a community, what we'll do, and then we'll go forth. And as they like to say, happy manifesting. And as I like to leave, beloved, I wish above all things that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. Good night, all. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining.
Yes, ma'am. I'll say.
Ashe.